Hello there. How are you all doing on this wonderfully snowy Saturday afternoon? See that everybody is excited for the potential of this tier list. And I've seen some interesting choices in the chat so far. But yes, today we're talking about the potential newcomers for the next Super Smash Bros. Tired. I feel that. I woke up late, and that's why the stream's a half an hour late too. Yes, I hope you're all doing well. And as you can see, these are the characters that will be available for this tier list. When I'm done with this tier list, I will publish it in my Discord so that anybody else can use it and add to it however they want. But yeah, we got 80 characters to work with. I believe 42 of them are from Nintendo and 38 of them are third-party characters. Love your concepts. Thank you. Life come first, even if life is sleeping. Yeah, tell me about it. Getting sleep this last week has been fucking rough. So how do you guys want to do this? There's many different ways that we can go about this. We can go about it alphabetically. We could go from the bottom to the top, or we could go from one at the top, one at the bottom, and cycle. Or we could go tier, or we could go by the actual tiers. How would you guys like this done? I'd say just go in order. Or, no, I haven't set up the wheel. I would have used the wheel if I actually had it set up, but I didn't. Just whatever grabs your attention? Okay. Well, to make it more interesting, we're gonna alternate. We're gonna do one from the top, and then we're gonna do one from the bottom. And we're gonna cycle until we meet somewhere in the middle. And first character that we get to talk about is, interestingly enough, a character that I think a lot of people are sleeping on, and that's 2B from Nier Automata. 2B is a character that, strangely enough, has never not been relevant since she was introduced to the world in 2017. It feels like every time she's about to fall out of relevancy, something happens relating to her, and she's just immediately popular again. Her game was a huge success. It's been ported to pretty much everything at this point. She's made appearances in various types of fighting games. She first made her crossover debut in Soul Calibur 6, and then last year, she just made an appearance in Grand Blue Fantasy Versus. So she's appeared in both a 2D and 3D fighting game. And she just had an anime. This character is very interesting to place because part of me is like, she could be put in the game at any point and it would make complete and total sense. But the thing that has me questioning whether or not 2B really has a shot, or, well, actually two things that have me questioning whether she really has a shot are, would Square Enix push for somebody else? And could they properly represent every part of her? Because regardless of what people want to say, her assets are very important to her design and character. I don't really see who else Square Enix would push. Probably more Final Fantasy VII. Because of the remakes. And the fact that we're probably like a year out from the next part of the remake chapters. Tubi has been in a ton of games as a guest character. She feels like a character that could have been Ultimate if we had one more season. She probably would have been an Ultimate if we had one more season. But the problem though is with 2B, you gotta have an option to take off the skirt. I don't make the rules. There's a reason why her original model, the poly count on her butt is more than like some enemies in the game. It's just the way it is. You see, the way you fix it is you make the game T for teen, so that way you can just have it the way it is. Grand Blue Fantasy Versus Rising is a T for teen game, and 2B can blow off her skirt in that game too. Smash should be teen regardless, but that's besides the point. I agree. She's got the polygon junk and the polygonal trunk, exactly. So, I'm gonna say 2B could go either way. I think that she's a very safe choice to include, simply because of the fact that she's just become a video game icon at this point. And she's still relevant almost 8 years after her game's reveal, her game's release. I'm not saying she has a really good chance, but I would definitely not be surprised if she ended up as like a DLC character for the next Smash Brothers. I don't think she'd be base roster. Honestly, Smash would benefit a ton from keeping its T rating from Melee and Brawl, but I doubt it'll change anytime soon. Yeah, it was only a byproduct of the fact that like E10 Plus didn't exist. So they just had to make it T. But yeah, I think 2B is definitely a character that has a chance of appearing at pretty much any point, but I do not think she would be a base roster character. So we did the top character, now we're going to move to the bottom character, and we get to talk about a character that a lot of people want to see, but I'm not sure if they really want to see, and that's Zero from Mega Man X. I still stand by my belief that X should be a character first, but this isn't about what I want, this is about what's realistic. And it's very clear that the development team of Smash Brothers fucking loves Mega Man. They gave him they gave him one of the best trailers in Smash 4. He had a ton of content, got his own stage with a ton of music. In Smash Ultimate, they gave him even more music. They added Mega Man X music. They then added Zero as an assist trophy. So the next natural escalation from the content jump of Smash 4 to Ultimate to Smash 6 would be, there's another playable Mega Man character. And I think most people want it to be Zero, simply because of the fact that he would play nothing like Mega Man. And Zero's a character whose reputation precedes him. He's not a character who needs to prove anything to anybody. He has one of arguably the best records of any fighting game character ever. He has been at least a top 2 character in every fighting game he's appeared in. And yes, I'm including Onimusha in that, because he is playable in that, and he's fucking broken in that too. It's not hard to understand why. Zero pretty much has all the tools to be just a very, very good character in a fighting game. As long as he's not base game Zero, is going to be one of the most broken characters in Smash. I think even if he was base game, he'd have the potential of being a broken character in Smash. Would Zero be the Smash 4 Bayonetta? No, because Bayonetta, aside from one move, was garbage in Smash 4. Yes, I know that she was technically broken, but pretty much it was only because of like 1 to 2 abilities. Everything else around her was pretty average at best. Imagine Zero joins Smash and he's a mid-tier. Sadly, I could see that happening, but I don't think it would. Simply because of the fact that I think Zero just has all the tools to be a really good character in a game like this. In a 2D fighting game, he's already fucking broken, but then you give him the ability to, like, move around like he could in Mega Man X, and it's like, oh god, you got a character with the potential to be, like, one of, if not the best sword-wielding characters in Smash. Zero would be Smash 4 Cloud, but better. I imagine he would be Smash Ultimate Roy, but better. Very fast, very aggressive, has decent range, because, yeah, he's not very tall, but that sword has some decent range to it. You also would probably have, like, at least some form of projectile option. He'd be very mobile, because even in Mega Man X, Zero is extremely mobile and is the character that's designed to reward players that know the ins and outs of how these games work. He is the speedrunner character. And Johnny Young Bosch has to come back voicing him. I mean, I think most people would expect that. He pretty much has been the voice of Zero for like 15 years now. But would he happen? And that's like the big thing. Part of me wants to believe that he has a really good chance, but part of me also believes that there are Capcom characters that easily, like, outrank him in the pecking order. Like, I think he has a better chance than a character from, like, Resident Evil. And I think he has a better chance than some Capcom characters already on this list. But I don't really agree with the RE one. Well, the reason I say he probably has a better chance than RE is because I think that they would have difficulty properly representing RE in Smash without, you know, being able to do half of the shit that characters in that game can do. And I don't think that they would allow certain things simply because of the age rating. Considering he's an assist trophy, he does have a good chance logistically. I agree. But I'm gonna put him and he could go either way. It would not surprise me if Zero was playable at some point in Smash. But I definitely think that there would probably be Capcom characters getting in before him. Like, I'm looking at a couple, like 2 characters specifically on this list that I think will be playable before Zero is. You've seen assist trophies and Mii costumes get upgraded to fires. A lot of those fan requests that get those slots get upgraded. But yeah, I think Zero could go either way. He's definitely, I'm gonna put him higher than 2B. I think he has a better chance than 2B. He's currently the highest rated character. Probably look at something like DMC or Monster Hunter before Zero. I agree. But I need to also, keep in mind about what's realistic over what I want. And who knows, Zero might be more realistic than I give him credit for. If I were to be specific about the two characters that I think have a better chance than him, I think Chun-Li and the Monster Hunter have a better chance of getting into Smash than Zero. I don't want to get into too much detail about why, because I have to talk about those characters at some point. But definitely, I think that those two characters specifically have a better chance of getting a playable Smash role than Zero does. Alright. Third up is Agumon. Talking about Digimon is weird, because I almost hear nobody talk about it for Smash. You would think that this would be like one of the most talked about things for Smash since like the days of Brawl. Am I gonna send the template eventually? Yeah, when the stream is done, I'll post it in my Discord. But the fact is, nobody really ever talks about Digimon. And yes, I still classify it as a video game series. I know that it started out in little handhelds, but technically, those are games with a little video screen. By some stretch, it still counts in my mind. The biggest thing for Digimon for me is properly representing the aspect of Digi-evolution without making one form feel like ass. Like Agumon to I imagine it would be like Agumon to Greymon, and then for the final Smash he becomes I don't remember the fucking names of these Digimon. I know next to nothing about Digimon. But I do know that Agumon has 4 main forms. I imagine it would stay... Yes, thank you, War Greymon. So yes, it's Agumon, Greymon, Metal Greymon, War Greymon. I imagine it would be Agumon, then you could Digi-evolve into Greymon, and then the final Smash would include War Greymon in some form. But you need to balance out the fact you can't make Agumon crap, and you can't make Greymon insufferable. And then also another thing that needs to be considered is the size discrepancy. The size between Agumon and Greymon is notable. Even if you have Agumon standing at the size of characters like Ness, Greymon would be probably the biggest character in the game. And another question needs to be asked is, would you make the Digi-evolution permanent? Would it be something that you have to build up to achieve, or would it be like an install system where you get it for a limited time, but it's powerful? In Digimon, you can skip forms unlike Pokemon, so they could just make Agumon and War Greymon for simplicity. I think that keeping War Greymon for the final Smash is best, and then having it be Greymon and Agumon as the playable representation of the character is the best choice. Isn't War Greymon much bigger than Greymon to begin with? I'm thinking install system would work the best since the evolution is a thing in I almost said Pokemon again. Digimon. Couldn't the file forms be scaled down like Ridley? I imagine they would have to. I guess it's just that finding that sweet spot of representing the character's strength and power and making sure that both look okay in a setting like this. This is why usually when it comes to talking about Digimon, I just say go with Renamon, because she's like a regular-sized I almost said Pokemon again. Regular-sized Digimon that evolves into another regular-sized Digimon. Agumon would probably have a better chance of this trophy in the next Smash Brothers. I think it's weird that we have gotten like nothing from Digimon in Smash at all. I definitely think that this game deserves a playable character. But I feel that just given whether it's just Namco's priorities or they're just being characters that, or they're just difficult to implement, part of me wants to say that Agumon is probably not a very likely playable candidate. Do I think he should be playable? 100%. There's a lot of ways that you can clearly take this character in terms of design. But you are essentially basically building two characters in one. Not even spirits or me costumes. Move that Brawl fan made left a bad taste in my mouth. It's difficult to talk about Agumon in a capacity for an actual playable character role. I think most people would agree that he's more than iconic enough to be a part of Smash and should be a part of Smash in at least some way, shape, or form. Digimon games have appeared on many, many Nintendo consoles. Agumon is always going to be relevant to the Digimon series because he is pretty much the series mascot. And I do agree that it would be really cool to see Agumon fight Pikachu in an actual fighting game. It would probably give people the same feeling I felt when we got Ryu, Terry, and Kazuya in the same fighting game, fighting each other. All I know about Digimon is that I guarantee Smash fans would be really annoying about it being a Pokemon ripoff. Doesn't matter. Those people are harmless and completely inconsequential. People, let them say whatever they want. I'm not gonna gatekeep that kind of stuff because I don't like what people have to say about the characters that I like and don't like. It's whatever at this point. But I do not feel like Agumon has much of a chance of being a playable character in Smash. I would love to see it happen. He could definitely be a character they could include as DLC, and I think people would be extremely happy. But for the time being, I think he has the lowest chance out of every character that I've reviewed so far. Which is only 3, so he's gonna probably be above a decent amount of characters going forward. Speaking of characters that will probably be low on the list, hello Wolf Link and Midna, and yes, that is Wolf Link and Midna. You can't see it, but Midna is there. This is a very interesting character to talk about, because the Legend of Zelda series in Smash is one of the weirdest represented series in the entire game. People can complain about stuff like Kirby only having 3 characters, but at least it has the 3 biggest characters. Zelda has had plenty of opportunities for there to be more than just its biggest 3 characters, and we've never fucking gone there. And I think the only reason that people will even involve Wolf Link at all in speculation, myself included, is because of the fact that it's Link. And by extension, you also have the most popular partner character in the entire series. You put them together, and that sounds like a pretty good playable character idea. Because it's still Link. But I have no fucking idea where they're going to go with the Legend of Zelda series in the next Smash. I think that the success of stuff like Tears of the Kingdom has the potential to open the gateway for a new Zelda character that isn't part of the Triforce. And that would be great, because we've been stuck with 3 Links, 2 Zeldas, and Captain Falcon. Personally, I think that there's a very good chance that there's only going to be 1 Link in the next Smash Brothers, and I think that he's probably going to pull some aspects from Tears of the Kingdom. I think that having something from Twilight Princess would be really nice, because weirdly enough, between like Brawl and Smash 4, it was one of the only majorly represented Zelda titles, when in Ultimate there was no representation for it whatsoever. And again, I think people mainly want this combination so that they have a chance to play as Midna, because she is the fan favorite partner character, and she is still an insanely popular character, even though we're almost 20 years past her prime. And I don't think I need to explain that Wolf Link and Midna would be an awesome character gameplay-wise. There would be a lot you could do with a character like Wolf Link and Midna. But do they have a chance? That's the question that needs to be asked here. Does this character have a shot of being playable in the next Smash? As much as I would love for it to be yes, the answer is a resounding not very likely. And the only thing that keeps it out of almost no chance is the fact that Wolf Link is Link. That loophole is the only thing keeping this character out of almost no chance. Yeah, quadrupedal characters are cool, and it would be awesome to have a character on a mount, but I agree they aren't super likely. It's just that you could also do a ton with them animation-wise. It's since you can basically have these two characters work off each other. I'm in the ballpark that I would mainly just want this character for just to play as Midna, because Midna is the character that people love a lot, myself included. She's probably my favorite Zelda character. If not at least in my top 3. But yeah, I do not think that the combination of Wolf Link and Midna is very likely to be seen in the next Smash. Okay, back to the top, we have a character that I have a few more things to talk about, and that's Akuma from Street Fighter. Arguably one of the coolest characters to ever come out of Capcom, and an insanely popular character in his own right. He's also a very important character for Capcom's history with crossovers, because he is technically the very first crossover fighting game character ever, thanks to his appearance in X-Men Children of the Atom. And yes, before some people say it, I know that Ryo appearing in Fatal Fury was technically the first, but we're talking about a character crossing over with characters that have no association with the company they come from. He's extremely popular. He's very important to Capcom's history with crossover fighting games. He has appeared in a ton of different crossover fighting games with different companies. There is only, in my opinion, one thing holding Akuma back from being playable in Smash, and that is the fact that Chun-Li is not playable yet. I don't think that there is a single character from Capcom that has more priority to get into Smash at this point than Chun-Li from Street Fighter. And because of that, Akuma's chances go down. You would also end up potentially having 3 Shotos playable, and yes, for once, people calling Akuma a Shoto would make sense because that's what he is. Or, technically, he's the 5th Shoto in Smash if you ask specific people. Even more priority than Monster Hunter? Easily. Chun-Li is extremely important to fighting games for a ton of reasons. But I'll talk more about Chun-Li when I get to her. Where's the term Shoto come from anyways? It comes from Shotokan Karate, which is basically what inspired the fighting styles of Ryu and Ken, and by extension, Akuma. Do Smash fans still call Kazuya a Shoto, or are we past that? I'm sure some still do, but he's not. At least not in the traditional sense. But yes, I think that Akuma is a character that would be an amazing choice for Smash. I think that it would be very easy to make Akuma feel like his own character. He has a bunch of... just his general gameplay feels unique enough from Ryu and Ken that he could easily just be his own character. I used to think that he could have been reuse Echo Fighter, and you probably could have if you really, really stretched it, but simply put, he would be an awesome character, but I'm going to have to put him at the top of not very likely. Simply because of the fact that there are characters that are not in Smash yet that take precedence over him. And I do not see them adding 2 Street Fighter characters in the same game. Granted, they should have had Chun-Li as a DLC character in Ultimate, but that's besides the point. I think it would be cool if he was a boss, but I do not think that a fight against Akuma would translate well to a Smash Brothers boss fight. Time to cut my plastic crack. You have fun, Joe. Also, hello. Okay, so we've been talking a lot about characters that they can either go either way or are not very likely. Let's talk about a character that has a really, really good chance. And before I even start, let's talk about Waluigi. What a wild ride this character has gone through in the past, like, 15 years. From assist trophy to assist trophy to assist trophy. Waluigi is a character that is the only character, in my opinion, who is guaranteed for the next Smash. Waluigi is a character that has been a long time coming. Nintendo has acknowledged that people love this character and want to see him in more things. That alone is an indicator to me that this character is getting into the next game as a playable character. You could also build this character in so many different ways. And the best part is that, regardless of how much you add, it's probably not going to be super intensive on both system resources and development time. At most, what would Waluigi get? He'd probably fight in some way using a tennis racket. I think that I stand by my belief that he should accentuate that tennis style because that was what he was made for. So what, he'd have a tennis racket made for him, a couple of balls, maybe a dice block if they want to incorporate something from Mario Party. The asset development time for Waluigi would not be extremely intensive. And when you mix that with the character's abundant popularity, I mean, holy shit, this character has been everywhere for the past, 7 years. During the lead up to Smash Ultimate, you could not go to any pre-launch event for Ultimate where it was playable on show floors without people showing up to talk or show or petition for Waluigi. During the summer of 2018, I went to a convention that had Ultimate playable. And while I'm waiting in line to go play the fucking game, a group of dudes dressed up as Waluigi just walk up to the fucking Nintendo venue and just start doing Waluigi things. This character has become synonymous with Smash speculation over the past 7 years. And there's no doubt in my mind that this character is a character that's in the eyes of Nintendo and Sakurai at this point. You can build him so many different ways. He is made to be a Smash character. It's time for him to stop being an assist trophy. Dude, and once they add him, he'll be a mid-tier and nobody will play him. Just like Ridley. Who said that? I think that multiple assist trophies are probably going to be upgraded to playable status in the next Smash. And I 100% think that Waluigi is one of them. Again, he's the only character that I can think of that Nintendo has acknowledged the popularity of. And been like, oh, you guys like this. Oh, you guys want to see more of this character. Okay, we're going to keep that in mind for future projects. We can't do anything now, but you wait. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Waluigi is going to be playable in the next Smash. I just hope that he's fun. I don't really have much to say about Waluigi other than the fact that he just feels like the perfect newcomer for this next Smash game. And we go, and from one character that has a very good chance. Again, how long ago did Nintendo say this? Because we've gotten a lot of Mario games on the Switch. Around the same time when the design document for the next Smash was made. Which, if we are to be believed, is June of 2021. So this was made during a time where the next Smash design document was being put together. Waluigi's going to be playable in the next Smash. He is such an easy choice. And speaking of a character that probably people think is another easy choice, for all the wrong reasons, you have Alear from Fire Emblem Engage. I have not many things to say about Alear that I could consider positive. Alear is a character that I like to call a cop-out character. And the reason I call Alear a cop-out character is because I feel that the reason they would include Alear into Smash 6 is basically as a way to get people that want specific classic Fire Emblem characters to shut the fuck up. Oh, you want Lyn as a playable character? Guess what? She's attached to Alear. You want Hector as a playable character? Guess what? He's attached to Alear. You want Tiki playable? Guess what? She's attached to Alear. You know, I agree, Camp. I'd love if we got Fire Emblem characters that people actually wanted. I have nothing to say about Fire Emblem Engage as a game because I've never played it. But I definitely think that the concept of the character is purely just there to somewhat appease the people that want specific Fire Emblem characters that they aren't willing to include as playable characters. Oh, you can get Alear with Hector and Tiki and all these other characters that are highly requested that nobody that we're never gonna put in the game, but you can play as them somewhat because you can summon them as Alear. Now, let's not be around the bush. I think that has the potential to be a fucking incredible playstyle. Like, I think the concept of a character like this being able to, like, summon and assist, like an actual assist-based character that you can do, like, a lot of, like, interesting setups with, I think that'd be very cool. And it would be something very different from the other Fire Emblem characters in Smash. But it definitely feels like the character feels more like a novelty than anything else. But but it doesn't matter because they have a really good chance. Fire Emblem is a series that, in my opinion, does not need a new character every single Smash. I think the novelty of having a Fire Emblem character every Smash lost its luster in Smash 4. Like, the inclusion of Marth and Roy in Melee was cool. I liked Ike in Brawl. Robin was pretty okay in Smash 4. Everything past that point just feels like bloat. Because unlike Pokemon, which I feel has been consistently getting better with its character designs as the series went on, I feel like Fire Emblem has stagnated. Corrin possibly being the worst Smash pick of all time. Definitely one of the worst DLC picks of all time. I don't completely agree because I think Three Houses definitely deserve a fire given that it's the most popular Fire Emblem game. I agree that Fire Emblem Three Houses probably deserved a character and a better cinematic budget, but we're not talking about Fire Emblem Three Houses. We're talking about the one that people have mixed feelings on. Now, I think Byleth is a better designed character than Corrin. Byleth at least somewhat tried, it's just that it came at the worst possible time. If Byleth was a base roster character for Smash Ultimate, I think he would have been received better. I don't think Alear is that likely, to be honest. I think the timing doesn't really work out that well for them. Well, it depends on what the cutoff time for the next Smash Brothers is. Let's hypothetically say the next Smash is coming in 2026, which is probably the most realistic time frame for it because Smash has almost always been a year 2 game for every console it's been on since Brawl. I'd say the cutoff time for games is probably like very late 2023, very early 2024. I'd say that Engage is still in that area where it was on the developer's mind during the development time of Smash 6. Not to mention, if we are to be believed, this game's design document was put together in June of 2021. So yeah, Engage released early 2023. I can definitely see it being in the eyes of the developers while they're developing Smash 6. I know that's not what people want. I know what the fans want. I'm not a super huge fan of Fire Emblem, but I can definitely tell you the character that people want to see playable. but the chances are very high that it's probably going to be Alear with a bunch of characters from Fire Emblem that they do not want to include as playable characters. Thing is that, like, Sakurai usually has info in the next installment of these games to make the hindsight of what character to add, like with Roy and Greninja. Well, technically, that would have been Engage. I think that the next Fire Emblem is probably too far out to be included in the next Smash. And that Engage is probably the most recent Fire Emblem title that makes sense to include. So yeah, I think Colgate Hair is probably going to be the character they go with. Does Alear's existence make it hard for other Fire Emblem characters? Absolutely. The fact that this is a character that can summon classic characters is a big problem for people that actually want those classic characters to be playable. It sucks. Imagine we get Alear in base game and then another Fire Emblem Pro Tag in DLC. Oh, I guarantee that's gonna happen. But yeah, I think that Alear is sadly one of the highest rated Fire Emblem characters right now. If they include Alear, I hope that their playstyle is very fun, because I think that their playstyle has the potential to be some of the best the Fire Emblem series has ever produced. And the Fire Emblem series desperately needs to prove that it can produce fun characters again. Because in my opinion, there has not been a fun Fire Emblem character since Ike. But enough about Colgate. Let's talk about a character that's a little bit more interesting to discuss. And that's Travis Touchdown. A character that I would consider an honorary Nintendo family member, because he has been on Nintendo hardware since its inception, and he is probably, in my opinion, a third-party character with one of the best positions going into the next Smash. Because guess what released in June of 2021, around the point where the game where Smash 6's design document was being put together? No More Heroes 3. This character has the potential to be an extremely fun character. There's a lot of things to the No More Heroes games that could be super fun if implemented into a Smash moveset. I think he is a character that deserves a lot more recognition than he's gotten in the past. And now that the series is technically done, I think that it'd be nice to see him included in Smash as an actual playable character. Not a costume that's based on arguably the least popular No More Heroes game ever released. It would suck gameplay-wise, but it would be very funny if he had to recharge the sword. That could at least be a taunt in some way, shape, or form. Like, just, you know, the team rating would help. I mean, you can't call people fuckhead, but at least you can, you know, charge your sword. But yeah, I think that this character has a pretty decent chance of getting into the next Smash. And this is a character that his developers have wanted to be in Smash since, like, Brawl. Like, they pushed for this character's inclusion for a long time. So much so So much so that the end. Okay, I'm gonna spoil the end of No More Heroes 3. So mute if you don't. Mute for the next like 45 seconds if you don't want to hear this. The ending of No More Heroes 3 is a Smash Brothers fight. There's basically the developers being so upset that they could have that Travis never got into Smash that they put Smash into No More Heroes. That's amazing. I wouldn't say he's the third-party character with the highest chance. I definitely think there are characters here with higher chances than him. But I'm going to put Travis Touchdown in, he has a really good chance. I do. I think he legitimately has a very good chance of getting into the next game. I think that he is a very solid base roster third-party inclusion. He could even be DLC, to be honest. Either way, I think that you could do a lot with this character and make him very fun. Give Travis the old Steve victory screen, but with him using his sword. If only. Now he's got to have Moe as a victory screen. Do I think the Miis will stick around next game, given how well the Mii costumes do financial-wise? Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Miis are not going anywhere. I think that they might be relegated to one character slot again, but I do not think they're going anywhere. Alright, so we go from one very likely third-party character to another third-party character that has an extremely good chance under very specific circumstances. And that's Alucard from Castlevania. This character has been everywhere since Ultimate's release. This guy has been in so many different games, it's kind of nuts. He's in Slay the Spire. He's in Vampire Survivors. He's in Brawlhalla. He got an anime and is like the most iconic character from the fucking anime. Alucard is one of the safest third-party inclusions, in my opinion, next to a couple of others that I can think of. Simply just because of the fact that, like, Alucard has been everywhere. And also the fact that he was originally going to be the character that got in before the Belmonts. And now that the Belmonts are here, and if the Belmonts come back, I think Alucard being put in to Smash just makes a ton of sense. I don't even have much to say. I'm just gonna put him and has a really good chance. This all hinges though on if the Belmonts come back. I think if the Belmonts come back, Alucard will either be base roster or DLC. Probably DLC. But I definitely think that he has a very good chance of being included in the next game. He's also an assist trophy. And one of the best assist trophies in the game. So, again, he's in that state where he could easily be upgraded to fighter at any given point. Assuming Konami are still thinking straight by Smash 6, Alucard seems likely. I think that Konami... People really doubt Konami's potential when it comes to their characters staying in Smash. I don't think that their characters are going anywhere. There's just too much money in it for them. Snake on Fortnite. And Raiden, don't forget Raiden. That's more than likely more than they would have done 10 years ago. True. I don't think any third-party character gets cut, and if any do, they return as veteran DLC. I think that there are going to be some cuts for third-party characters. I think that if push comes to shove, Microsoft is going to keep Steve over Banjo-Kazooie. I think that Sephiroth is probably going to be DLC again. I think that all the Nintendo characters have a very good chance of staying. Except maybe Plant. If I recall, the reason Snake didn't get into Smash Bros. Because they didn't ask for him back. It wouldn't surprise me, but I'm in the camp that thinks that Snake's gonna be in Smash 6 base roster. So what do I know? But yeah, Alucard, in my opinion, if the Belmonts come back, Alucard is almost a guarantee in some fashion. I do not think that they would keep such an easy inclusion in this trophy. Opinion on Baron as a Legend of Zelda rep. I don't know who that is. Alright, and speaking of another character that has a very good chance of making it, possibly to the pain of some people, Tom Nook from Animal Crossing. There is no way in hell that Nintendo is going to ignore the success that Animal Crossing got them in 2020. The amount of games that this fucking series sold because of the event, the world event that happened, is nuts. Is the top tier reserved for Nintendo characters? No, the top tier is reserved for characters that I think are probably guaranteed characters. Like Waluigi, I think, is a guaranteed character. Tom Nook, I'm very mixed. We need more reps. Do we need more reps apart from Isabelle? Nope. Tom Nook would be a nice addition. Yes. They would have to do him very differently compared to Isabelle and the Villager. Hell, I don't even know if the Villager's going to stay. I think that they could easily just keep Isabelle, and that would be perfectly fine for Animal Crossing. I think that if it came down between the Villager and Isabelle staying, Isabelle would stay because she is infinitely more popular. I think you could do some very funny things with a Tom Nook playstyle, like, you know, taxing your fucking fighters. Yeah, Tom Nook coin battle mechanics, exactly. That could be very fun. We're definitely going to see something from New Horizons in Smash 6. I'm of the camp that thinks that if Smash Ultimate got another DLC wave, Tom Nook probably would have been in one of those playable characters. Just because of how much of a massive impact that game had. And how it became basically one of the greatest selling video games of the Switch in a single year. But you could also just as easily give Isabelle her outfit from New Horizons and say that that's it. Personally, I think that Tom Nook is a character that has has a really good chance of being playable. He's a character that has weirdly enough been like one of the most requested characters on the Nintendo side since like Brawl, that most people just kind of fucking forgot about after Villager got in, because then it was all about Isabelle. Didn't they advertise new Animal Crossing during the Smash reveal for Isabelle? No, that people thought that Isabelle's trailer... Actually, wait, no, that was the lead up to New Horizons. It was like Isabelle's trailer, and then it's Tom Nook. Hang on. Tom Nook was overshadowed by Isabelle at the right time in the right place. True. But as I was saying, Isabelle's release trailer led to Tom Nook like sitting at a desk watching and being like, oh, she's gonna go beat the shit out of people. I guess I gotta get things ready for the next Animal Crossing. And then they teased the Animal Crossing coming in 2020. And then that, yeah. That was basically it. Isabelle's reveal coincided with the confirmation of Animal Crossing on Switch. Exactly. But I definitely think that Tom Nook, if they did something unique and fun with him, I think that he has a chance of being a playable character. Especially if they plan to downsize and get rid of the villager. So you could have two Animal Crossing characters that are extremely different from one another. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put him in Could Go Either Way, but he's going to remain at the top of Could Go Either Way. Simply because of the fact that there's a lot of things around this franchise that could change going into the next game. So yeah, that's Tom Nook. A character that I feel would make a lot of people really upset if he was playable. But, oh well. Also, I'm going to just quickly be right back. I need to go do something really quick. Sorry, I'm back. Okay, let me see who we got next. Next is a character that is interesting to talk about in today's day and age because we live in a post-Okami sequel announcement world. Ami is a very interesting character to talk about because I don't think I need to explain that this is a character with a ton of moveset potential. From her brushes to her many different weapons to simply just taking the aspect of a quadrupedal character and just doing it in such a fun and unique format. Ami is a character that would be an insanely cool Smash character. And an Okami stage would look so good in Smash, I agree. The biggest question is, when is that Okami sequel coming? Yes, Okami has had a decent amount of success on Nintendo consoles, and even a game that's exclusive to the DS in Okamiden. But is that enough to actually become playable over a lot of Capcom characters that people want to see playable in Smash? I think that entirely depends on how long they plan to support this game for. The smart thing would be they support it for the entirety of the system's launch, like lifespan, sorry. I think most people want that to be what they did with Ultimate. Like, there not being a limit to this game's lifespan. As long as the Switch 2 is supported, so is Smash. If that's the case, Ami could be a DLC character. But right now, assuming that they only support Smash 6 for like 3 years, which is like usually how long they've supported their Smash games for, I'm going to have to put Ami in not very likely. I think that she has enough going for her to be a very unique character. I don't think anybody would argue against that. But if this game is not going to be supported for the entirety of the Switch 2's lifespan, and by extent isn't around to see the eventual release of the Okami sequel, I don't know if it has a chance of... I don't know if she has a chance of being a playable character. I think the franchise is guaranteed to be in the next game, not necessarily as a fighter. I would adore a stage. A stage with Okami music, I would be more than happy with. I could say that about a lot of franchises on this list. But as a playable character, I think that Ami is probably the least likely Capcom character on this list. Where is Cuphead? I feel he has some high chances on joining the roster. I tried to limit how many indie characters I included, and I only include the ones that I think legitimately have a chance. Like the top of the top, the most like iconic ones associated with Nintendo. So Cuphead got left out. Anyways, moving on, we got Toad. I know it shows Captain Toad, but this is either Toad. If you want it to be regular Toad, it's regular Toad. If you want it to be Captain Toad, it's Captain Toad. And this is a character that is also interesting to talk about because I feel like he should have been here already. I don't think it's a stretch to say that he's probably one of the most overdue characters ever for a Smash playable role. What if it's Toadette? Toadette could be a costume. But Toad as a whole definitely feels like something that should have already happened in Smash. I think people are sleeping on Zagreus when it comes to indie characters. Hades was absolutely massive and still very relevant today. Yeah, but it's not Undertale. Toad feels too forced for playability. I think he's just better as a move for Peach. I 100% disagree. I think that Toad has all the makings of a character that could be very unique and very himself. Whether you want to represent the regular Toad, Captain Toad, or both. I feel like the success of the Mario series since Ultimate definitely paves the way for there being multiple Mario characters released in the next Smash. I mean, in Smash 4, we got Rosalina and Bowser Jr. We could very easily get Toad and Waluigi. Well, all the times to add Toad, why now? That's kind of the million-dollar question. And I guess the answer to that question is there's never been a point where it's make or break for Toad. Even now, I think. And because of the fact that he's always been relevant, he's always going to be relevant in some way, shape, or form. I think that this being the point where the quartet of Super Mario Bros. 2 is finally complete. And I agree, there's never a bad time to add Toad. The movie definitely made his stocks go up for what it's worth. 100%, absolutely. The question is, what kind of Toad do you go with? I'm still in the ballpark that you could easily mix the two together and make a character that makes sense. But I feel like most people would want it to be regular Toad over Captain Toad. He could finally be the answer for the people that want a 100% classic Mario character instead of it changing Mario's moveset. I agree. You can build, like Waluigi, you can build this character in a lot of different ways. And I don't think there's ever been an instance where his chances are bad. Not to mention, Peach just came off of a game that gave her potential for a new neutral special. And Final Smash, but that's besides the point. Since that's the case, I feel that now is the best chance for Toad. And I don't think that Toad has ever been less than a character with a really good chance of appearing at any given time. Because he's Toad. He would have to be base roster, though. I could not imagine Toad being a DLC character. Toad can basically be whatever you want for a Mario rep. Hope any kind of Toad gets in. I agree. Yeah, I think Toad could be a composite character of multiple different Toads. Imagine paying $6 for Toad. You kidding me? On Canadian, it'd probably be like $10 for Toad. But yeah, I think Toad is a character No, I'm gonna put him above Travis and Alucard. I think that he has a very good shot of actually becoming playable this time, because we finally have a game for Peach that gives her the potential to have more moveset, more attacks than just pulling out a Toad. I would pay $6 for Toad. DLC could be promotional or exciting, but it can't be neither. No, that's not entirely true. But yeah, I definitely think that now is probably Toad's best shot. Do I think that they would, if it came down to one Mario character, that they would choose Toad? No. I think that they would choose Waluigi if it came down to one single character from the Mario series. But I definitely think that the chances of there being two Mario characters in the next Smash as playable newcomers is more than possible. See, I stand by the fact that Toad's probably, like, easily in the top 10 most likely characters from the next Smash. Oh boy, and now we get to talk about a character that is going to probably not get as warm a reception as I would give them by the people in my chat, and that's the Tarnished from Elden Ring. I'm probably going to say this again at some point during this stream, but I 100% believe that the Soulsborne series has earned its right to be in Smash in some way, shape, or form. And by that I mean this series deserves a playable character. 100% the Soulsborne series deserves a playable character in Smash. And to be completely frank with you, I don't care which one it is. It could be the Chosen Undead from Dark Souls, the Hunter from Bloodborne, the Tarnished from Elden Ring, or hell, some of the game's most iconic bosses. The fact that the term Souls-like exists in today's lingo for a game style proves that this is a series with enough of an impact on the video game industry to be in a celebration of video games like Smash. And if we're looking at when the design document was put together, the one that makes the most sense for, recency is the Tarnished from Elden Ring. Personally, I think that while Elden Ring is a fantastic game, and you can pull a ton from the game for a playable character, and have them be insanely fun, the Tarnished is the least likely of the Soulsborne protagonists to get into Smash. I genuinely think that if it came down to it, we would probably get something from Dark Souls 1 before we get something from Elden Ring as a playable character. A Souls-like character feels like something that they would put as the last DLC character. Yeah, that's what I thought that Sora was going to be during his trailer. I thought that Mario was going to rekindle the first flame. If I have to pick a Souls protagonist, it has to be the Chosen Undead. I agree. But we'll talk about them when we get to them. The Tarnished absolutely has more moveset potential than the Chosen Undead. But that's simply just because of the scope of Elden Ring and what it allows you to do. I would not be upset with either of them being playable, but I definitely feel like Dark Souls 1 would get more priority, if only simply because of the fact that it's actually on Nintendo consoles and Elden Ring isn't. At the very least, I would love an Elden Ring stage with Elden Ring boss battle music. That would be amazing. Yet another series that I would just be happy to have in Smash for its music than anything else. But I think as it stands, Elden Ring, the Tarnished from Elden Ring is more than likely the least likely of the potential Soulsborne characters to get in the Smash. Will the Switch 2 have Elden Ring? That's a good question. I definitely think there's a chance that there could be more Souls games being put onto the Switch 2. But, only time will tell on that one. The nice thing about Elden Ring, though, that might give it a little bit more of a chance is the fact that it is officially becoming like like an actual series, because there's another Elden Ring game coming this year. The Bloodborne Hunter reference brings up another thing. I don't think Sony isn't out of the question anymore for Smash because of the Zelda movie and Lego Horizons on Switch. Yeah, but Sony doesn't have many characters. They said it themselves. You know, they don't have many characters to work with. So how can you pick a character for Smash if you don't have characters to pick from? And we get to go straight from the Tarnished, from Elden Ring, to a fan favorite character from the series, and that's Artorias. This character, being in the minds of Smash speculators, is hilarious to me. Because I don't think that this character would have ever even been given the time of day if not for that one fake leak back during the early days of Ultimate that featured this character in it. And that sucks, because Artorias is an extremely cool character. He's probably one of, if not the most iconic fights from the classic Souls games. He's outclassed by Gale in that regard, but he's definitely like right up there. He was like one of the few instances in I almost said Smash, in Dark Souls 1 of a boss being fast and aggressive. That, and he's also a Guts reference, because he fights like Guts does when completely taken over by his armor, with one limp arm and fighting like a mixture between a swordsman and a wild animal. The dude is one of the coolest characters to come out of the Souls series, and even past his boss fight in Dark Souls 1, he is relevant throughout the entirety of the series, thanks to stuff like the Abyss Watchers. And here's the thing. Many people speculate that Artorias is going to be a boss in the new Elden Ring game. since that game is bringing back old bosses from classic games, I think the chances of Artorias coming back as a boss fight is extremely high. Simply because of the fact that the dude is just that iconic and popular. I think that he's probably the best choice for a playable Dark Souls boss, simply because of the fact that he goes so against the grain of what a Dark Souls boss is. He's not slow and lumbering, he's ruthless and aggressive. That, and again, being a Guts reference also helps with his popularity, and he is an extremely popular character in the Souls community. Placing this character is difficult, because part of me wants to say he has a better chance than the Tarnished, but part of me wants to say he's probably around the same spot. Would they include a Soulsborne boss over an actual playable avatar? History with the Smash series says probably not. I definitely think that the series could benefit from moving beyond the grain of just having the hero come first and the villain second. But I'm going to probably put Artorias around the exact same spot that the Tarnished is. I would love for him to be playable. I think that he would be a very fun character, a very unique take on a swordsman that no other character could hope to play like. But I don't think that he has the draw that somebody like the Chosen Undead would have. It also doesn't help that while he's a huge fan favorite for the Dark Souls series, he's only a single fight in a DLC. Yes, he's relevant to the plot of the actual game, but like you don't actually see him or fight him until the actual DLC. So sadly, I think I'm going to have to put Takamaru... I'm thinking ahead because I just looked down and I saw, oh, Takamaru's next. I'm going to have to put Artorias in not very likely. And I'm probably going to put him... Actually, I'm going to put him at the bottom of not very likely right now. Again, he'd be an amazing character. He could definitely be an assist trophy. You know, rushing people down, doing a somersault attack. Does his giant like leap, his giant leap attack, which would be really cool. Takamaru made me realize we don't really have a samurai fighter in Smash Bros. The closest is Sephiroth, but he only takes elements from that style rather than being an actual samurai. Well, I think the same could be said about Takamaru, because Takamaru is mainly like based around his projectiles. But yeah, speaking of Takamaru, Takamaru, in my opinion, is probably one of the most likely classic characters to be included in the next Smash. He fits a niche that's not in Smash yet, and by that I mean he's a samurai and we don't have one of those yet. But I don't know if he'd be what we're looking for in terms of a samurai playstyle, simply because of how much of a focus there is on projectile play in his game. he's a decent shot for the game's retro pick. I think so too. I think that it's basically between him, Ayumi, and Sukapon. And maybe one other they'll touch on when I get there. But the biggest draw about Takamaru was definitely the fact that it would be a playable samurai for the first time in Smash. Well, I know Excitebiker could happen. Don't worry, he's there. We'll talk about him when we get to him. But in terms of Takamaru, I think that he's probably at the top of the retro picks. If they make him more of a grounded samurai and less based around his projectiles, I think that he could be a very fun character. But that's a big if. I know that he was playable in that one, like, in that one Wii title that was like, I don't know what the hell it was called. It's basically like one of the biggest things that people now look to for like moveset inspiration for him. Like Samurai Warrior something or other. No, not Nintendo Land. It was like an actual like Dynasty Warriors like game with like a realistic looking Takamaru. Yeah, Samurai Warriors 3. If he played more like that and less like he does in his actual game, I think I would probably like him more. Didn't his assist trophy design come from that game? No. His assist trophy design was basically like a 3D version of this render. He looks way more cartoony in his assist trophy state than in his actual playable look in Samurai Warriors 3. Is that his most recent playable appearance? I think it is. But I definitely think that he's a character with a... I think he is a character with a really good chance of being playable. Is he my personal favorite pick for classic character? No. I think I stand by my statement from my Sukapon video that Sukapon is my most wanted classic character. Because I think the idea of Nintendo actually including an actual traditional fighting game character of their own alongside the likes of Ryu, Terry, and Kazuya would be very neat. It feels like Nintendo might have a slight bias towards Takamaru since he's very Japanese compared to the other classic reps. I mean, maybe. Opinions on Maru in Smash. I think he'd be fun, but I think he'd be... If he was included in Smash, he'd probably be an assist trophy. Sukapon is my most wanted retro now, aside from Balloon Fighter. The worst part about classic characters is that I don't think you could get away with making a character like this DLC. You have to put them on the base roster. Because I just don't think it would make back the money. I think it more comes down to that Takamaru has more to work with than most other retro picks. That's true. Since they aren't on this list, I feel compelled to ask about my most wanted. What do you think Layton's odds are? Layton was a character that I was questioning whether or not I should include them on the list. If I were to say where Layton is, I'd say he could go either way because he has a big following on Nintendo consoles. But I definitely think that compared to some other characters, he's definitely not the biggest choice. I think it would be nice to see him at least as an assist trophy. Thoughts on Chrono from Chrono Trigger. Chrono exists. Square Enix knows this. Will they ever re-release Chrono Trigger in like 2.5 HD like they did with Octopath Traveler and a couple of other games? Maybe. Do I think that he has a chance of being playable in Smash? No. I think that Square Enix's priorities are so far fucking beyond that at this point. And I do not think that Nintendo would choose Chrono over the likes of a character like Geno if it came down to it. Is Professor Layton even in Smash in any form? No, I don't think so. He could be a Mii costume too. He could be a sword fighter. So yeah, I think back to Takamaru. I think he has a very good chance of being playable. And if it's not Takamaru, I think the classic character is definitely going to be the other character that's right next to him. I'll put right next to him. I'll even put her slightly ahead of Takamaru simply because of the fact that she's had a game surprisingly come out in between Ultimate and now, and that's Ayumi Tachibana. I added this character at the last second to this list because somebody mentioned her and I forgot that she existed. And now I'm reminded that this character was originally going to be in Melee and never got in. So not only is she a character, a classic character, who has games coming out, who had a game come out and another one coming out supposedly, but was also considered for Smash at an earlier point. Yeah, Final Mix, I saw you mention her in the chat before the stream started, and I'm like, oh, I should probably include this character. Yeah, I threw out Ashley and I put in Ayumi Tachibana instead. It is weird that this character is in such a state of relevancy. How exactly would a moveset for Ayumi even work? I tried my take and I got stumped. I could not tell you because I have not played the game, so I don't really know what you could do with her. I would have to actually look into it before I have any sort of say on what she could do. But I definitely think the fact that she was considered for an earlier Smash game, and the fact that she's more relevant than like 60% of the characters in this list, says that she probably has a pretty good chance of being in the next Smash in some way, shape, or form. My gut feeling is telling me that it would probably just be an assist trophy, but I could 100% see her being the classic character being put into the game. We don't have a visual novel character in the game yet. And that is an aspect that people want to see represented in a game like this. I think the top classic newcomers are her, Takamaru, Sukapon, and Excitebiker for all different reasons. Yeah, I wouldn't say she's a lock, but she's not impossible. I think at the very least, you're gonna get an MEO. You're gonna get like a Smiling Man assist trophy. I think that's a very safe choice. Maybe a stage. She's a detective from the quick research I did, so that could be an interesting idea to work off of. Definitely possible. This character is not out of the running. And the fact that I realize how relevant she is the reason why she's here and actually isn't. So yes, Ayumi Tachibana. I'm gonna move her down below Takamaru because I do think that as a playable character, Takamaru probably has a better chance. But I definitely think that Famicom Detective Club is going to be included in Smash 6 in some way, shape, or form. It'd be very neat. And speaking of another character that'd be very neat, and I have kind of mixed feelings on, Sylux from Metroid Prime 4 more specifically. Sylux is a character that people have been like anticipating for like the better part of like 20 years. Yes, I know Metroid Prime Hunters, but more people are looking at him now for Metroid Prime 4 for moveset inspiration. Sylux is an interesting character. Because on one hand, I think if they develop him properly in Metroid Prime 4, he has the potential to be an amazing playable character. It'd also be a nice contrast to Samus in that he's essentially a rival bounty hunter. We've gotten glimpses of what he can do in the past through Metroid Prime Hunters. But if Metroid Prime 4 takes his character and develops it even more, I think that it could be turned into an amazing Smash character. But here's the thing. I think Metroid Prime 4 is coming out too late to be included in the base roster of Smash 6. If Sylux gets into Smash, he is going to be a DLC character. I think he's a character with a really good chance. 100%. Making him like the shadow to Samus' Sonic is definitely an interesting way to take the character. You know, Samus is called a bounty hunter, but unless you count the space pirate, she's never actually been shown to hunt any bounties. Yeah, that we know of. Be an awesome game idea, honestly, where you actually go around hunting bounties as Samus on different planets. But yes, I think that Sylux is... I think Sylux is a character with extremely high chance. I disagree. Nintendo said Metroid Prime 4 is coming this year. Metroid Prime 4 has been in development for quite a while now. There's a reason why I think Sylux would be DLC. There's a very good reason. I'll explain that when we get to it. I think that in terms of the pecking order for Metroid newcomers, he's definitely number 2. There is absolutely a character that I think should be in Smash before him. simply just due to how important he is to the overall story of Metroid. But the point is that Psylocke, I think, is going to be one of the DLC characters of Smash 6. Possibly even one of the first. I can definitely see Psylocke being a DLC character for Smash 6. I want to see what they do with him in Metroid Prime 4 before I make any, like, decisions. I do want to do a moveset for him, but again, I want to see what they give him in Metroid Prime 4, and if it's, like, worth putting anything together for him. Thoughts on the idea of Harvestella representation in Smash 6? Sure, add it as a stage with music. That's more than enough. Oh boy, and now we get to talk about another character that people would describe as insanely overdue. And that's good ol' Bandana Dee from the Kirby series. I have no fucking idea what to think about this character. Because part of me is like, yeah, he has a really good chance. But part of me is also like, I don't know with Sakurai's way of thinking. Because here's the thing. Bandana Dee should have been in Smash like 2 games ago. 100%. Bandana Dee should have been here a long time ago. But as we've seen from the Kirby series in Smash, Sakurai really doesn't like going outside of the games that he himself made. That's why 90% of the Kirby content in Smash is Superstar, and we got a Mark's boss fight in 2018. The biggest thing about Bandana Waddle Dee to me, and I think this might be the thing that Sakurai takes into consideration as well, is that while he 100% I feel deserves to be in this game, Bandana Dee has 0 wow factor. Like none. You really have to stretch your imagination to do something like remotely interesting with Bandana Dee's kit. And because of that, I cannot put Bandana Dee in the top newcomer picks selection. I legitimately do not know how to gauge Sakurai's mentality when it comes to discussing this character. And I agree with Techno Cookie that I think Marks probably has a better chance of being playable than Bandana Dee does at this point. Simply because of the fact that he's a character from a game that Sakurai made. Make a tier just called Bandana Dee. You know what? I agree, Clown Belt. As much as this hurts, like, this character should be, like, right here alongside Waluigi. But he's kind of, he could go either way. Should he be in the game? Yes. I think he's probably one of the easiest characters that you could implement for very, very little work for very big payoff. Would they go through with it? That I cannot tell you. Simply because of the fact that the way Sakurai judges the characters from his series that he didn't make is weird. I think Bandana Dee is a lock in my opinion. Little work for big payoff, as you just said, but also I think he has a very similar story to Toad. I want to put him in top newcomer picks. He should be there. But I think the only thing holding this character back from being included is Sakurai. I think he'll always have a chance. I'm going to leave him here. He's going to be at the very top of could go either way. No character is going to be above Bandana Dee in this tier. Would I be surprised if he's playable in the next Smash? No. Would I be surprised if he's left out of the next Smash? No. I could see Sakurai just doing something really dickish and like making Bandana Dee an assist trophy. But I definitely think that if this character continues to be relevant, he'll always at least have a shot. I'm sorry, Bandana Dee believers. It's not entirely over yet. Imagine if they make Bandana Dee the Waddle Dee that appears on King Deity's victory screen. That'd be such a massive middle finger. I don't think Sakurai would do that. I don't think that's something Harada would do. I don't think that's something that Sakurai would do. But don't lose hope. It could always happen. Okay, the next character. Oh boy, we get to talk about Sukapon. I'm going to put Sukapon at the bottom of the three classic characters. Sukapon is a character I've already gone into detail of, like, literally less than, like about a week ago at this point. About why Sukapon could be a very, very good Smash character. He represents an era that no other character can, and he is an actual traditional fighting game character made by Nintendo. The potential of seeing this guy standing alongside the likes of Ryu, Terry, and Kazuya as fighting game characters is fucking hilarious. Another thing that Sukapon has going for him, he would be very easy to develop. Like, extremely easy. I'd argue one of the easiest characters to implement. But is it enough to get him playable? Again, he represents a part of Nintendo that no other character can. Takamaru is a character from a game that's very similar to other games already in Smash. Ayumi and Sukapon are both from genres of games that are not properly represented by actual Nintendo characters. Ayumi's representing something that's not even in Smash at all. Can he bring a Sunset Beach stage with him? Hell, I'll take any Joy Mech Fight stage, because Joy Mech Fight's music is surprisingly really fucking good. Part of me wants to say that he has a decent chance. I do not want to put Sukapon in Destined to be an NPC. I really don't want to put him in Destined to be an NPC. But I definitely think out of all the classic characters, he's probably the least likely. What are Sukapon's chances compared to Excite Bike or even Balloon Fighter? I think he has a better chance than Balloon Fighter, but I think the Excite Biker has a better chance than he does. What do I think of Saki from Sin and Punishment as a niche Nintendo rep? I think they should bring back his assist trophy. I have no idea why it's not in Smash Ultimate. Thoughts on Lara Croft? I think she'd be fun, but I don't think that she's on the same level of importance as a lot of these characters. But yeah, Sukapon will be at the bottom of the classic characters, but he's number one in my heart. You know what? He gets his own tier. Because we love Sukapon. Sukapon gets his own tier. I'm gonna put Sukapon in between here. Alright, so that's Sukapon. Next we get to talk about a character that might be one of the first characters to go in the bottom tier, and that's probably the coolest character to ever come out of the Fire Emblem series. The Black Knight. This character's design is fucking masterclass. I don't think there's a single character from the Fire Emblem series that has ever come close to how fucking cool the Black Knight is. And I think the concept of your first super heavyweight sword fighter could be so cool. A literal walking immovable tank. Unironically, my favorite Fire Emblem character. He is just so fucking cool. But he is also so fucking irrelevant. I know he's popular. But sadly, I think that the dude is destined to be an NPC. I would sacrifice 2/3 of the Fire Emblem roster to have the Black Knight playable. Yeah, Black Knight in the Project M EX Remix mod is very fun. Dude was a Dark Souls boss before Dark Souls existed. If we can't get Black Knight, we can at least make Ganondorf the first super heavyweight sword fighter. I mean, actual sword fighter. I don't know if he'd be super heavyweight anymore if he was converted into a sword fighter, but especially if it's like Tears of the Kingdom Ganondorf. But I think most people are... I should have included Ganondorf on this list for shits and giggles, because he basically would be a new character. Even if they scrap his assist trophy, they can at least put him in the background of Castle Siege. Why call him the Black Knight and not Zelgius? Because Black Knight sounds cooler. He's popular, but he doesn't have tits, and that's a big appeal for Fire Emblem characters. That's so fucking depressing, but that's true. But yeah, sadly, our first character to be destined to be an NPC. He'd be really cool as a boss. But I sadly think that he's probably just gonna stay an assist trophy. Oh, good. We go from one character that's probably very low on the tier list to another character that's probably going to be very low on the tier list. Sub-Zero from Mortal Kombat. If you like Scorpion more, you can consider this Scorpion. Before I even say anything, Mortal Kombat is banned in Japan. It's never happening. Would a costume be amazing? Yes. I think like a Mii Brawler costume for like Scorpion and Sub-Zero would be really cool. But as actual playable characters, Mortal Kombat is the least likely fighting game franchise to get into Smash. I wouldn't be opposed to them being included if they had a chance. I think that you could do some very fun things with the characters from Mortal Kombat. But I definitely think that they are very low on the list when it comes to potential characters. That ban in Japan is just such a hard hit to their potential. There's not really much that I can say on that other than just I would probably try them, enjoy them if they were actually allowed to be playable, but yeah, they're not going to be playable. I think the least they could do is costumes. That'd be cool. Scorpion, Sub-Zero costumes for the Mii Brawler. So yeah, oh god, we're scraping the bottom of the barrel here today, boys. Because next up is Black Shadow from F-Zero. Listen. I stand by my belief that if they gave this character a chance, he could be a fucking amazing character. If you give him the personality he has in the F-Zero anime, and you basically turn him into a Sentai villain, you could make an amazing Black Shadow. No, he should not take Ganondorf's moveset. Black Shadow's vehicle is usually faster than Falcon's, so it doesn't make sense for him to be slow. There is an amazing custom Black Shadow character in PMEX Remix that I think is like a great starting point for a Black Shadow character. Like, I want a dude that's fucking evil and knows he's evil and he loves it. I want him to be the Sentai villain to Captain Falcon's Sentai hero. And strangely enough, now that I'm thinking about it, F-Zero technically isn't irrelevant anymore because of F-Zero 99. Is it enough to get him to be a playable character? Probably not. Matter of fact, but here's the thing. I think that gets him out of almost no chance. Black Shadow's not in that game, but F-Zero is technically somewhat relevant. He would have to be base roster, though. I agree. You would have to do this character a very specific way to make him work ideally. Why does Black Shadow look like a Batman ripoff? Because everybody always just crops out his fucking horns. So when you just look like at his face without the horns, it just looks like Batman. But if you actually see his full design, he looks fucking nothing like Batman. But yeah, I think that Black Shadow would be a very, very fun character if done correctly. Do I think that he'd get in? No. Would I love it if he was included? Yeah. 100%. The Black Shadow and PMEX Remix is my current PMEX Remix main. But yeah, this character would be very fun if done correctly. Will they do him correctly? I don't know. I feel like the philosophy for character design has come so fucking far since the days of Smash 64 that, like, the character ending up anything even remotely as good as Captain Falcon is more than likely non-existent. But would he be fun? Yes. He would be very fun. Okay. And with Black Shadow, we now get to talk about... Oh, this one's also an interesting character to talk about because... I don't know how people feel about this character anymore. Spyro. I think I speak for a lot of people when I say, would be amazing, but Crash Bandicoot first, please. Spyro's biggest roadblock is something that literally has nothing to do with him. Who are we on now? We are on Spyro. We just finished talking about Black Shadow. Actually, I'm gonna move Black Shadow to the bottom. Not very likely. At that point, you have to ask, how likely even is Crash before we even consider Spyro? I think Crash is one of the most likely third-party characters to be put in the next Smash. And that is one of the main reasons why I have to put Spyro at the, around not very likely. Spyro is possible. Spyro and Crash are now both owned by Microsoft, a company that has shown that it's more than willing to work with Nintendo when it comes to Smash characters. Feels like more was done with Crash in recent years than Spyro, because it was. For basically ever since the Reignited trilogy, Spyro's kind of just been a tag-along for Crash. Crash got a game and then Spyro showed up in it, if it was a spin-off. That's basically what Spyro's life has been for the past, I think 6 years now? 6, 7 years? Would Spyro be a great character to include in Smash? Absolutely. 100%. He's a very simple character that arguably would not take very much development time to do well. A lot of the stuff that you would add to him would more than likely just be special effects and different skins. You could do a lot with Spyro and have him work very well in a game like Smash. But there are so many characters that are now in his way that I don't think we're going to see Spyro in a game like Smash. He could be an assist trophy. And you know what? I think Spyro might be destined to be an NPC. They could definitely include Spyro as an assist trophy if Crash becomes a playable character. Where he runs around and he shoots fire at people. Do I think that he should be more than an assist trophy? Yes. Will he ever be more than an assist trophy? More than likely not. It's a shame, because I don't think that Spyro should be limited by Crash. But the fact that they're so intertwined thanks to their lives on not only the PlayStation, but just everything since their series' inception, basically means that if Crash isn't here, then Spyro's not going to be here either. There are also 5 Microsoft franchises that would get in before Spyro. Yes, that's another problem. One of the things that I feel held Crash back from being included in Smash... One of the things that I felt held Crash back from Ultimate was the fact that Activision was the sole owner of Crash. And Activision was a company that was actively bashing the Switch and what they could do with it. Now that they're in the hands of Microsoft, I feel that Crash is almost a guarantee at this point. But I'll talk about Crash when I get to him. But now the problem is that while he doesn't need to deal with Activision being Activision anymore, we now have to deal with the fact that he is like so far down the pecking order for Microsoft franchises that he's never going to escape NPC hell. Sadly. Okay, next up is Bomberman. This is an interesting character to talk about because I have no idea what the fuck to feel about this character. Another character that's technically owned by Konami. That's kind of somewhere in the pecking order for potential Konami newcomers. I don't think he's more likely than Alucard. But he is relevant, and he was one of the first games on the Switch. Bomberman's in the same situation as Toad. There's never a wrong time to add them. Only thing I remember about Bomberman was an 8-hour essay that goes over the entire Bomberman history. Personally, when it comes to Bomberman, I don't have any personal attachment to the character. If he's included, I hope he's fun. If he isn't, and he's still in the Sis trophy, then it's like whatever to me. I feel that Bomberman is a character that could go either way. I don't feel that compared to other franchises that Konami owns that he's one of the highest priorities. Like, I don't think that they would prioritize including Bomberman over bringing back Snake. Or the Belmonts. But he is an assist trophy and a Mii costume. He could make the jump. That is 100% true. So I think that him being... Bandana has to stay at the top. Him being in could go either way, I think makes sense for his character. Oh fuck no. Simon's Castlevania Judgment design is garbage. The design he has in Smash now is literally the best he's ever looked. But yeah, Bomberman is a character with a very weird position. I don't even know if they would push for him over something for another character that's on this list that I'm not going to talk about yet. But I could definitely see him being like a DLC character. I feel he'd be better suited for a base roster appearance, but he could definitely be a DLC character. Yeah, Bomberman. He can happen. The hope is there for people that want Bomberman. Okay, after Bomberman... Oh, fuck. I have to talk about Guilty Gear. Soul Bad Guy from Guilty Gear. Yes, I chose this design for a reason. Because that's what Soul Bad Guy looks like. A lot of people seem to agree that when it comes to fighting game franchises getting into Smash, the next best step to go past Tekken being included is Guilty Gear, because Guilty Gear represents a type of fighting game that is not in Smash yet, which is the hyper fighter / anime fighter. And Soul Bad Guy is arguably the character that is the front runner for that kind of series. Technically, it's supposed to be Morgan because because Vampire Savior is the game that started the hyper fighter. But Guilty Gear has become very popular in the last 3 years. And I think that he is a very cool character that deserves to be in a game like this. But he specifically has to be pre-Strive Soul. He has to have his design from Missing Link to Xrd, because if we're going by classic looks, that is literally his most iconic look. I do not think they would go with Strive's design over Xrd. I think that Strive's design would be a costume option, but I definitely think that Missing Link to Xrd Soul would be the design that's the front runner for the character. It has literally been his design for 3/4 of the series. As for where he could be, I think that he could go either way. I don't see him being a base roster character. I think that if Soul got into Smash, he would definitely be a DLC character. While the idea of playing a Soul Bad Guy in Smash would be fun, I think that the thing I would want the most would be the music. Just give me any kind of Guilty Gear stage and just give me the soundtrack. And include 50 fucking songs. I think that Soul is the most likely fighting game character to be included in the next Smash that is from a completely unique series. I don't think his chances are better than someone like Chun-Li. Or maybe even Heihachi, because, you know, Tekken 8 did bring him back. But in terms of, like, brand new fighting game franchises, I think that Guilty Gear is the next likely choice. It could go either way. They could just as easily include a Soul Bad Guy Mii costume. Because everybody fucking loves waking up to watch a direct just to watch their character get skinned and be worn by an emotionless doll. He could go either way. The concept of seeing Ryu, Terry, Kazuya, and Soul Bad Guy in the same fighting game is like fighting game fan heaven to me. But I've definitely lost a lot of love for the Guilty Gear series in the last few years. I personally wish that Ragna had a better chance, because I think Ragnar would be a better character. Oh boy. I just saw who was next. This is gonna make some people very upset. Chibi-Robo. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Chibi-Robo is a character. That's it. Chibi-Robo is a character. A character that feels like Nintendo sent him out to die. They knew that they had nothing to do with the character, so they're like, let's make a game for him that's so bad that the game series is fucking dead. It sucks that this is Chibi-Robo's fate. Because, objectively speaking, I think you could do some fun things with this character's design in this game. I think at the very least, he should be an assist trophy. That would be at least a nice little thing. Instead of just being relegated to an honestly bad costume. Chibi-Robo is a character that just cannot catch a fucking break. I wish that you could probably do some very interesting things with him for a moveset. But sorry, I don't think it's gonna happen. Maybe he can cameo in the next Pikmin game in 10 years' time. Chibi-Robo Pikmin crossover. But yeah, this character I'd argue is the least likely first-party Nintendo character to be included in Smash at this point. He is just so fucking far behind. And I don't think he's ever going to get into a playable state. I feel like there was some point where he could have been included, but they never did. Least likely next to Custom Robo. I think Custom Robo has a better chance of being in the next Smash than Chibi-Robo does. The least they could do with Custom Robo is bring back the assist trophy from Brawl. But yeah, Chibi-Robo is probably the least likely first-party Nintendo franchise to get a playable character in the next Smash. And that is disappointing, because he is a very charming character, and he's just kind of been forgotten by time. And then, after I broke your hearts with Chibi-Robo, and now I'm gonna break your hearts again with Skull Kid, because guess what? Skull Kid, in my opinion, is another character that is sadly destined to just be an NPC. Because not only did they shove Skull Kid into the assist trophy role again, They did the same thing for his final smash. His final smash is now its own assist trophy. It is... You can't just put Skull Kid lower than Midna. Oh, I fucking absolutely I can. I think that you could do a lot of really cool things with Skull Kid. I haven't seen a lot of people do interesting things with Skull Kid when it comes to moveset design, but I definitely think that the potential is there. And I definitely think that if he was included as a playable character with the moon as a assist trophy, and then he just summons the moon again for his final smash, it'd be a little weird. Some people would probably say, oh, just have it so that, like, Majora's Mask turns into, like, Majora's Wrath, but that's, like, so fucking detached from the character that is Skull Kid. Skull Kid is a character that is interesting in concept, but he falls behind his contemporaries in a lot of key places. I do not think that Skull Kid has any sort of chance of getting into Smash as an actual playable character. As depressing as that is, because out of a lot of the characters that are going to be in the destined to be an NPC slot, I definitely think that he's one of the most visually interesting characters in that category. It also doesn't help that Skull Kid's competition for Zelda Newcomers is so abundantly not in his favor. I think the only, like, notable character from the Zelda series that he has a better chance than is Girahim. And you know what? Girahim would be an awesome fighting game character too, but he's never gonna happen. I feel for the people that want Skull Kid. You know what? Just to be nice, I'll move him out of NPC hell and into almost no chance. But I don't think I could. I don't think I could put him higher than that in good faith. I'm sorry. Okay, next up is the Chorus Kids. This is technically just the Rhythm Heaven character slot. I know it says Chorus Kids, but it could be whatever Rhythm Heaven character you enjoy. And this is one that I think a lot of people are sleeping on. Rhythm Heaven is one of the few franchises that Nintendo has that was originally planned to be in Smash at some point that's not in it yet. At all. I have a feeling that Rhythm Heaven was originally planned to be in Smash 4 in some way, shape, or form. But developing for 2 consoles basically led to something not working properly. Which is kind of why I just hope that there's no, like, bullshit attached to the development of the next Smash Brothers, so that the chances of the characters like this actually happening are higher than normal. I think that Rhythm Heaven as a series has a decent chance of being a newcomer, having a newcomer in the next Smash. I do. The reason I chose the Chorus Kids is because clearly that was the one that was supposed to happen. I don't know why it didn't happen, but maybe now's the opportunity for it to happen. The Rhythm Heaven series represents so many things they are not in Smash yet. Thank you for the $5, FNAF Guy Fan Extra. Apparently the Rhythm Heaven kids were supposed to be in Smash 4. That's true. Apparently. A lot of stuff has come out to show that that was more than likely going to be the case. Would the Chorus Kids be all three at once or just one of them? I imagine it would be somewhat like a Pokemon Trainer scenario where like you play as one but maybe the other two follow in the background. Or maybe all three of them are in the foreground. I think it'd be an interesting opportunity to experiment with a character that's three characters in one. And the three characters in one is probably why they weren't in Smash 4. Because I couldn't even get 2 in 1 to work. Hi, Ice Climbers. It's definitely one of the series from Nintendo that I feel is missing. Like, sorely missing. Why not get Karate Joe? Again, the icon is Chorus Kids, but if you want it to be Karate Joe, then it's Karate Joe. It's just a Rhythm Heaven character. Voice crack. It's just a Rhythm Heaven character. Maybe with the more powerful hardware of the Switch 2, this is the opportunity they've been looking for to include a character that's 3 in 1. Maybe this is the opportunity. And honestly, in my opinion, a Rhythm Heaven character could go either way. I think it's more likely than people give it credit for. Would they be 2D or 3D? I imagine if it was the Chorus Kids themselves, they'd probably be 3D. Maybe it's like cel-shaded 3D. To look flat. Or at least flatter than normal. Will there be a link to the tier maker? Yeah, I plan to put it in my Discord once I'm done with it. Does that apply for Sammy too? Is it just meant to be an Advance Wars rep in general? Pretty much. But I definitely think that people are kind of missing the potential of Rhythm Heaven in the next Smash. Because it is something that is very different from anything that is in Smash now. And no matter what character you pick from Rhythm Heaven, the way that they could be built could be like unlike anything that's been in Smash before them and probably after them. I think that the Chorus Kids would probably be the choice that Sakurai goes with because that's the one that he clearly had interest in when he was making the character for Smash 4. And Sakurai just loves to revisit ideas. So yes, I think that Rhythm Heaven is a series that people are heavily underestimating for the next Smash. All right. Oh boy, this one's going to be a spicy one. Shovel Knight. Now, if you asked me this, like 3 years ago, Shovel Knight would probably be somewhere around here. But now that we're in 2025, and Shovel Knight kind of hasn't gone anywhere as a series. I'm gonna move Sukapon up one. Really hasn't gone anywhere as a series. I think he's down here. I feel like Shovel Knight is a character that kind of missed the mark. He's not the big indie character that he once was. There are now indie characters that are far more sought after than he is. He has a nice tie to Nintendo, you know, with the release of the original of Shovel Knight on the Wii U, and it clearly being based on the classic NES titles. But the series for Shovel Knight has gone fucking nowhere. Yeah, he made a really good appearance as a crossover character in Rivals of Aether. Probably, arguably, one of the best crossover characters I've ever seen in a platform fighter. But this isn't Rivals. This is Smash. And while he did become an assist trophy, I don't know if I would say that he has a chance of making it past the assist trophy status in the next game. There is one series on this list that I'll be talking about very soon that is infinitely more likely than that of Shovel Knight at this point. And I think compared to a lot of the biggest indie series out there, he is definitely now on the lower end for when it comes to potential newcomers for Smash. I don't think that Shovel Knight is a character that you could include at any point and it would make sense. They have done such a lackluster job of keeping this character relevant. And I know you might be saying, but he's appeared in like so many different things. And I think that shoving him into too many things is kind of the thing that's brought down his appeal a little bit. They announced a sequel to Shovel Knight, but we have zero idea when it's coming out. So at best, he has a chance of being DLC. If we don't know about it now, we sure as shit won't know about it by the time... He sure as shit will not be playable in the next Smash at base roster. So I think that the top of not very likely is a good spot for Mr. Shovel Knight. Sadly, I don't want to put him in Destined to be an NPC because I think that he has more potential than the characters that are stuck in Destined to be an NPC. But from one night to another, let's talk about the Chosen Undead from Dark Souls. starting off with biases, the Chosen Undead is my most wanted newcomer for the next Smash Brothers. A character that is so simple at his core, but can do so much. And while he might look fairly generic, there are many things that he can do that no other character can. The Chosen Undead is also a fucking incredible character design. The Elite Knight set is probably one of, if not my favorite armor in any sort of fantasy video game. He is awesome. And as I said before, the Soul series is a series that I feel at this point has more than earned its right to be celebrated amongst video game greats. %100%. And I think that he is the frontrunner for the Soul series gang in the Smash. You can do a lot of cool things with this character. You could have him chuck lightning bolts. All sorts of different types of spells, all sorts of different types of weapons. His main weapons are the Astora's Straight Sword and the Crest Shield, but maybe you could have him swap to a different weapon. You could have him use the iconic Moonlight Greatsword, or you could just have him use a giant fucking Zweihander. There's a lot you can do with this character without having to, like, pump a ton of resources into developing him. Because the thing about developing characters is that usually if you're adding things onto a character that doesn't need a rig or, or just like basic models, you don't really have to worry about bloat. And I'm going to get to that topic talking about a couple of characters on this list. But like developing like 3 weapons for the character would be not very intensive. Will he carry over rolling? I imagine he would just be able to roll like he can. Like his standard roll would more than likely just be like the way it is in the Soul series. I don't think he would be like a unique ability. Chosen Undead as a DLC just feels right. I agree. I don't think that his chances are high enough to be up here, though. I think I'm going to put him in could go either way. They could just as easily put in a Chosen Undead me costume and just say, oh, that's enough. That would be soul crushing, but I definitely think that Chosen Undead has a very good chance of being in the next Smash, but I cannot justify him being above like Bandana Dee in terms of chances. Like Bandana Dee is like the test, the litmus test for which characters could actually have a really good chance, in my honest opinion. Do I think that he has a better chance than Bandana Dee? No. So, I think he has to go in the same tier. But I definitely think he's on the higher end of could go either way. I'm gonna put you a little higher too. You deserve to be like around this spot. All right, who is next? Oh, another character that I'm going to have to disappoint people with when it comes to potential indie characters. Shantae first off, I would like to state that I think that Shantae has finally reached a point where she has more of a chance than Shovel Knight. We haven't had any games since the Seven Sirens, but this character has had a consistent release schedule on Nintendo consoles. But the question is she likely to be the first indie character in Smash? No. I don't think so. Matt Bozon can cheer for this character's inclusion as much as he wants, but I'm sadly going to have to say that Shantae is a character that's on like the very, very, very low end of could go either way. I think that she would be a very fun character, but one thing that I think holds her back is development bloat. Because this is a character that transforms a lot. So you would be having to make and rig models for a bunch of different things. With some models, you might be able to just use the same rig as Shantae. Like, I imagine that during her jumps, she would turn into her harpy form. That, I feel, would be close enough to her base form so that the same rig could be used. But turning into an elephant and a monkey and several other things, I don't know. You're still having to essentially make like 7 to 8 different models with they're fully rigged and weight painted properly to make the character work. And that, in my opinion, is the only thing that's really holding Shantae back. And but holy hell, is that like a big thing. That's a very big thing. It can't be more work than Steve. Oh, absolutely it can. A lot of Steve's stuff are inanimate objects. Things that don't really require much work. Not to mention they don't have much detail to them. A lot of them are probably just textured squares. With Shantae, you would be making models and having to rig and animate them in unique ways. And not to mention, every time you load in this character, you are loading in all of those models at the same time. That's just the way that these games work. Steve is probably a good like example of what the limit should be on what you can include in Smash. Steve has a ton of shit attached to him, but none of them are actually like rigged characters. None of them are like full-on complete model swaps. I think that Shantae is borderline too much work. And that hurts her a lot. Does this logic mean that adding a summoner character is difficult? Adding a summoner character is very difficult, yes. But again, it depends on how much, it depends on what they're summoning. I would love to see Shantae playable. Would this multiple rigs problem also apply to a Plants vs. Zombie character who can plant multiple plants? I'm assuming you're meaning like Crazy Dave. And if it's basically just like stuff in pots, that's not as intensive. We're talking about rigging like full on like creatures. We're not talking about like a plant in a pot that only moves like its stem back and forth and has probably like 5 to 6 different rigged vertebrae in them just to make it look smooth when it moves. We're talking about having to like animate a full elephant and a full monkey. I'm not saying that she's undoable, but I definitely could see them dropping her for this because of how much work it would take to put her together properly. What if you have Shantae without the transformations? Then it's not Shantae. It's not Shantae anymore. It's like a huge part of her games. If you take away that, it's like, what's left? I'm not going to put her in not very likely. I definitely think that she has a better chance than Shovel Knight at this point. She's had more games since the time of Half Genie Hero. And I definitely think that this is a character that will continue to be relevant on Nintendo hardware. Do I think that she's going to be playable in the next Smash? No, I think that there is one indie character. There are a couple of indie characters that probably have a better chance than her. One absolutely does, and I'll talk about him soon. But definitely, I definitely will not put her out of the running. I feel like she would have to be DLC. And I'm perfectly fine with that. But anyways, I've talked about Shantae enough. Let's talk about another character. Let's talk about Chun-Li from Street Fighter. The fact that this character is missing from Smash Brothers feels fucking weird. In any crossover game where Street Fighter is available, it's always Ryu and Chun-Li. Always, no matter what it is. Whether it's an actual fighting game or Fortnite, it's always Ryu and Chun-Li. The most iconic fighting game character of all time, and the first female fighting game character. Chun-Li is a character that 100% deserves to be in Smash. 100,000%. Her not being in Smash is just wrong. She is the most likely Street Fighter newcomer, for an abundance of reasons. She is always relevant. As long as Street Fighter is relevant, Chun-Li will always be relevant. She is a female video game icon on the level of characters like Samus. Like, she straight up is. And I think that out of every Capcom character, she is the next most likely character to be included in Smash. There's no character in Smash that plays even remotely like her. You can do a lot of interesting things with her. You could explore different types of Street Fighter games with her, because her most iconic game is Third Strike. So this would be an opportunity to represent more than just like the classic Street Fighter 2 era of Street Fighter. Chun-Li is a character that 100% should be in Smash. I'm pretty sure she was considered for Smash Ultimate at some point. I'm very surprised she never got a Mii costume. But 100% this character is deserving to be in Smash and will probably be pushed by Capcom, considering the success of Street Fighter 6. I can't really think of anything else to say. That's pretty much how I feel about Chun-Li as a character. She is a character that that should not be ignored in speculation. Because Street Fighter is coming back. I would bet my reputation as a Smash fan on it. Oh boy, now I get to talk about another character that people really want to see playable in the next Smash Brothers, and that's the one, the only, the Latina-loving hedgehog that is Shadow the Hedgehog. The only question with Shadow is Shadow Generations relevant enough in the development of Smash 6 for Shadow to be included in the base roster? That is the only thing that I feel that's the only question I have about this character. Shadow has been a part of the Sonic series as a feature in Smash literally since its inception. He was the assist trophy in Brawl. He was the assist trophy in Smash 4. And he was the assist trophy in Ultimate for some fucking reason. Shadow, I argue, is the most likely newcomer the most likely Sonic newcomer in Smash 6. But the question is he base roster? That's the big one. Because they could easily get away with adding Eggman to the base roster while Shadow is DLC. Shadow as DLC would generate a lot of money. I want to put him up here, but I think he's better suited to have a really good chance. The question is Shadow like a 100% guaranteed character? Like I'd say Waluigi is. I don't think I would say he's 100% guaranteed. But I definitely see Shadow making a lot of money as a DLC character. Oh god, I just realized we're going like from back to back to back big name characters for this. We're like in like the big hot zone for these characters right now. Jesus Christ. I don't think that Shadow will play anything like Sonic. I've already proven that there is more than enough potential in Shadow to be his own character. He needs to break the Sonic paradox and make that speed work for him in a different way. It cannot be his Occam's razor. This character has a lot going for him. But there are a couple of uncertainties that keep me from putting him in the top newcomer picks. He's probably going to be at the very top of has a really good chance. But only time will tell with what happens with this character. I don't think he's going to be an assist trophy again. Shadow could be either base roster or DLC. DLC would make them a lot of fucking money. But I guess, again, entirely depends on how relevant, on if Shadow Generations is not too recent to be recognized as, you know, potential for the character. But he's definitely one of the highest chance, in my opinion, one of the highest chance third-party characters to get into Smash 6. And I think there's only one character that beats him. And that's the character that we're about to talk about next. I think Crash Bandicoot is the most likely third-party character to get into the next Smash. I think that Crash Bandicoot is the most likely third-party character to get onto the base roster of the next Smash Brothers. From a completely brand new franchise, I think that Crash Bandicoot is that character. I think that Crash is a character that represents so many things. He essentially is the only thing really missing of Smash representing the era that was 90s platformers. You had Mario, Sonic, and Crash Bandicoot. The three biggest platforming icons of the 90s. He's very simple to implement. You could do a lot of fun and wacky things with his animation quality. He is fairly low maintenance for a lot of payoff. And he's owned by Microsoft now, which basically increases his chances, I'd say 20-fold over what they were in Smash Ultimate. He's not being handled by a company that actively hates the Switch. And I know that some people are probably going to go, yeah, but didn't you see what happened with the developer, being annexed from Microsoft, and basically how Crash has fallen into like disarray because nobody wants to work on his games anymore? It didn't stop Mega Man. It won't stop Crash. If anything, that'll just make them give Crash more things. You could do a lot with Crash. And I think that he's easily the simplest third-party character to implement and have a ton of payoff for very little work. At most, you'd be making a couple of extra assets for him. No, Coco would not be an Echo Fighter. I'm not even going to touch that. I'm not even going to humor that argument. I think Crash has a very good chance of being in the next Smash Brothers. He's probably going to be on the lower end of the top newcomer picks, but he's absolutely a character with a very, very good chance. And I think a lot of 90s kids will flip their shit at the concept of Crash, Sonic, and Mario all together in the same game. Microsoft is also a full supporter of the Switch 2, and there are big rumors behind Microsoft putting some really big game ports on the Switch 2. Yeah, I heard Halo's gonna be put on the Switch 2, which is nuts. But I definitely think that, yeah, Crash is gonna be in Smash 6. If he's not base roster, he's gonna be one of the first DLC characters. 100%. And now we go from Crash to Sans Undertale. Sans is the most likely indie character to get into Smash 6. It's not even a competition. People, you know what? Fuck it. You know what? You're right. So people saying lock, you know what? Yes, Sans is going to say, if there's going to be an indie character in the next Smash, it's going to be Sans. 100%. I'm not even taking the fact that Toby Fox and Sakurai are friends into account. Undertale is enormous. Everywhere. And especially in Japan. Sans was the first indie game character to get a costume. He was the first indie game character to get a costume that comes with music. This is, without a doubt, the most likely indie character to be included in Smash 6. The only question that I have now is he going to be base roster or is he going to be DLC? In the back of my mind, I'm thinking he'd be DLC. But having Sans on your base roster would make a lot of people happy. I'm 50-50 on it too. But I do think that his chances of getting into Smash 6 are so incredibly high. I'm sorry, Toby Fox and Sakurai are friends. Did I hear that correctly? Yes, they're friends. That you heard that correctly. That is indeed a thing. Also, this year is the 10th anniversary of Undertale. Can you believe it's been 10 fucking years? Don't worry, we'll get to Rayman. Rayman's actually coming up soon, so don't worry about that. I think the licensing rights for Sans as a Fighter for Smash 6 were done since the Mii outfit he's literally in. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. It's like, hey, you know, you came to us a little late to get your characters playable. Maybe in this game, maybe we can work it out in the next game. But yeah, there is a very, very good chance that Santa's going to be playable in the next Smash. It makes sense for Undertale to be the game that opens the path for other indie characters to get included into Smash. And you know, we just had a bunch of time talking about really cool characters and the chances of getting in really high. Now we have to talk about a character that's really cool, but his chances of getting in aren't so great. And that character is Dante from Devil May Cry. I don't think I need to explain how Dante would be an amazing fighting game character. He's already proven it numerous times at this point. Dante is in the same boat as a couple of other Capcom characters in that the pecking order basically is what's keeping him out. Dante as a character would be extremely fun. Let's not even be around the bush. If they actually, you know, put love and care into the fact that his entire game plan revolves around swapping weapons to, you know, rack up combos, not just, you know, for any sort of score, just because you can and it looks cool, then yeah, they could make a one fucking hell of a Smash character out of Dante. Dante has already proven that games with small button layouts mean nothing to him, because he has over 40 special moves in Marvel vs. Capcom 3, and is the character with the record for the most special moves in any fighting game. Small button layouts mean nothing to Dante whatsoever. The question, though, is, would they be willing to include multiple Capcom characters? I don't think that his chances are better than Chun-Li. I think that his chances are right behind Chun-Li and tied with another character. But would they include Chun-Li and Dante in the same game? Yeah, I feel that if he was going to be in the game, he'd be DLC. I'm going to put him in. He has a really good chance, but he's going at the bottom of has a really good chance. Do I think that Dante has a better chance than Alucard? No. As a matter of fact, I think Alucard has a better chance than like a lot of these characters, so I'm just gonna move him up. Maybe like right there. Dante, I feel, would have to be a DLC character. And if he was put in, I'd be extremely happy. At the very least, can we at least have some DMC music? Like, oh my god, please give me some DMC music. That's one thing the next Smash needs to heavily work on, is getting more tracks from games that aren't, you know, that don't feature playable characters. Because I'd give a leg for some soundtracks to be in Smash 6. Like, give me like Ace Combat music. I know Namco owns the series. They could put in Ace Combat music. I think Dante's chances are pretty good. There's just a couple of things that I'm a little iffy on, so he's definitely not going in the top newcomer picks. Okay, next up is we're talking about Advance Wars. This character, no, it shows Sammy. I chose Sammy because I believe that she was the character that was potentially considered at some point. The War series is super interesting when you look into it, because you've got games that are exclusive to Japan, and then you've got games that are exclusive to the West. And for the longest time, Advance Wars was actually somewhat of a Western exclusive game. You know, following like 7 years of the Famicom Wars series existing only in Japan. I think that this could be a very interesting choice for a classic character. Not like a classic character in the sense of Rob, Mr. Game & Watch, and Duck Hunt. I'm referring more to a classic character in the sense of Little Mac, Pit, and like the Ice Climbers. Because yes, we are reaching a point, ladies and gentlemen, where Game Boy Advance was 25 fucking years ago. I would consider that classic at this point. Not to mention, you know, also accounting for the Famicom Wars. And just the Wars series in general. It also would be an interesting way of putting in a summoner character with small, simple, you know, characters that you could summon. There's a lot of interesting potential, and I don't really care who the protagonist is. I know a lot of people want Andy, and I think it'd be really fucking funny to have Andy, considering then that'd be the closest you would have to Ash Ketchum in Smash, and you could beat the shit out of Ash Ketchum as Pikachu. But this one I feel could go either way. Probably on the lower end of could go either way. I feel that if Sakurai is looking for characters with unique playstyles for the next game, I feel that Advance Wars will definitely give him something unique that's not in Smash yet. And it's another one of those series from Nintendo that just... It's been somewhat represented in Smash because it had an assist trophy in Brawl and Smash 4. But I think there's potential for a playable character here. And yes, what's an airport? I don't have too much to say about the potential of Advance Wars in Smash, but I definitely think the potential is there. And there's another series like Rhythm Heaven that is kind of being overlooked. I know that Reboot Camp might not have sold the best, but I definitely see it being in the eyes of the developers of Smash 6, considering when it released. If their final Smash is just the opponent getting destroyed in the battle cutscene, it would be peak. I agree, that would be a fantastic final Smash. Even you give them like a little avatar in the top left corner. We get closer to Gordon Freeman every second that passes. Yeah, we're getting closer, don't worry. As I said, we're doing every character. We're probably going to be doing this for like another hour and a half, 2 hours. Because there's a lot to do, a lot to cover. Let me see, who's next? Oh, this one's interesting. I include this one as like a throwaway choice. Yeah, I wasn't sure how people would feel about this, but DJ Octavio from Splatoon. Let's not beat around the bush. Splatoon? Hang on. Splatoon is ballooning into a massive franchise. And I think that we're going to get to a point where Splatoon gets another character. DJ Octavio could happen for like Smash 7 or 8 low-key. I could see Splatoon suffering fighter-wise like Metroid, Kirby, and Donkey Kong did. It's possible, but the reason I choose DJ Octavio is because he is a perfect attendant and he is consistently the final boss and main villain of these games. But the question is, would he be the playable character choice? I know a lot of people are saying Octoling. And while that's also definitely an option, I don't think that the Octoling offers enough of a difference from the Inkling to be its own thing or anything more than a potential Echo Fighter. He's not the main villain of 3. Okay, well I know he's a boss fight in 3. The point is that I think that Splatoon is large enough to have another character at this point. And I think that you could do a lot of interesting things with DJ Octavio as well. You know, you could have him be somewhat of a summoner character with, you know, the various Octarians that you run into throughout Splatoon. But part of me is saying that, and I saw a few people saying this, that he probably would be a good boss fight. So sadly, I think he's destined to be an NPC. I think they can make a cool boss fight out of him. Because the big thing about Octavio is that he uses a giant machine. He pilots like a giant machine. And I can think of a different character that people would prefer having that kind of play style. I'll get to him soonish. But DJ Octavio as an actual playable character, probably not gonna happen. So yeah, sadly, DJ Octavio has to, he's going to be in... I'll move him up. He doesn't have to be at the bottom of Destiny to be an NPC. He could be a really cool boss fight. But as an actual character, he's probably, like, not going to happen. You could probably find an alternative to the giant machine. If you really, really tried, but I don't know if they would. Anyways, moving on. Next, we have the Ring Fit Trainee. I just realized how close Ring Fit Trainee and Drago are to each other in terms of discussion points. The Ring Fit Trainee, the main character of Ring Fit Adventure. Ring Fit Adventure is absolutely a game that is going to be featured in the next Smash in some way, shape, or form. Ring Fit Adventure is essentially just essentially be described as, what if we took Wii Fit and turned it into an actual video game? At this point, just swap Doomslayer and Drago and get both Ring Fit characters out of the way. You know what? Sure. Yeah, you know what? Fine. I am 100% okay with that. We're going to talk about both Ring Fit characters at the same time. The Ring Fit Trainee is definitely the more likely of the two, regrettably. But Drago's potential as an actual character completely and utterly dwarfs anything that the Ring Fit Trainee can bring to the table. The Ring Fit Trainee would be following a lot of the same design philosophies as the Wii Fit Trainer, sadly. You'd be able to do more with it because, again, Ring Fit is essentially just, what if Wii Fit was a video game? And, regardless of what you could do with the character, I think that they have a really good chance. I think 100% that if they're going to include a character from a newer franchise introduced during the Switch's lifespan, Ring Fit definitely stands out. Could she replace Wii Fit? She could, but I don't think I'd want her to. Drago, on the other hand, is a character that I feel would be much better suited for, like, a playable character than Ring Fit, simply just because of the fact that you can do so much fucking more with him. He's not all about simply just do an exercise pose. This dude's chucking fireballs, he's throwing rocks, he punches you, he shoots laser beams. This guy has so much more going for him as an actual character than Ring Fit does, design-wise. If it came down to the two of them, for me, Drago would be the playable character. Not to mention, you would essentially have a fitness villain to counteract, I guess, Wii Fit being the fitness hero. That's something that literally only Drago can represent. No one else can do that. Honestly, just add both? Oh, fuck, I wish. Sadly, I do feel like Drago is going to be forgotten, and that Ring Fit Trainee is going to be the one that gets in. I'll put Drago in not very likely. I don't think that he's destined to be an NPC. But I definitely stand by my statement that Drago would definitely be a better playable character than the Ring Fit Trainee would. There's so much more interesting things you can do with Drago than just being exercise pose character number 2. And while the trainee does a lot of things that Wii Fit can't, you're still basically just devolved into exercise pose character number 2. Now, you see, the ideal thing would be that Ring Fit replaces Wii Fit, and then you add Drago on top of that, so that you get, essentially, you still have 2 workout characters. But we don't live in that kind of ideal society. So, sadly, Drago is going to be forgotten about, and Yeah. I think Drago can exist without the trainee. I do. But I don't think that they would choose Drago over the trainee. They aren't ballsy enough to choose Drago over the trainee. I hate it. And you're going to hear me say this again when Drago's video releases. Just being upset that, like, there's this awesome character just sitting here and he's never going to be used properly because they have to choose the hero first. And it's so bullshit. All right, next up is a... Oh my god, where the fuck do I start with this character? Okay, so anybody, even remotely online nowadays, knows how much of a shit show Ubisoft is right now. And have been for like the past few years. Nothing has gone well for Ubisoft. But Ubisoft is also one of the few companies out there that have been allowed to handle the Mario series. They are in a special clique that has been allowed to handle this franchise. There is not a second-party company owned by Nintendo. That is an enormous honor. Not to mention, Rayman has been kind of floating around in the ether since Smash 4. He got a trailer. Sorry, he got a trophy in Smash 4. He got a spirit fight in Ultimate. His latest game debuted on a Nintendo console and was a console exclusive for a while. And Rayman also appeared in the DLC for Mario and Rabbids Sparks of Hope. I don't know where to put him. Because by all that description, by all of that, the dude should be up here. Rayman should be like with Crash Bandicoot in terms of like the most likely third-party newcomer in Smash 6. But he's not. He's not up here. It has been confirmed that a Rayman game is currently being developed. I hope it doesn't get silently cancelled. Rayman, in my opinion, should be the other base roster third-party character next to Crash Bandicoot. He is just in that era that he is just a part of that specific platforming era. And he should be respected, and he should be in a game like this. Rayman should have been in Smash probably since Ultimate. How he didn't end up in Ultimate as a DLC is kind of surprising, to be honest with you. I have no idea where to fucking put this character. Because I don't think he has a really good chance. I don't even know if he could go either way. I don't know where the fuck to put Rayman. I really don't. Where does Ramon go? Sukapon tier. Rename Sukapon tier to question marks and put him in there. You know what? Sure. Good idea. That's where he belongs. Ramon, you've seen Laser? I love Laserhawk. I'm waiting for the second season. And Rayman was like one of the best parts of that show, too. I hope you do a Rayman moveset concept one day. That render is mine, so that should give you an indication that he's at least been on my mind at least once for a potential newcomer position. But okay, we get to move on from being sad, being glad, and nothing makes me happier than talking about the Doomslayer. The Doomslayer. This character is so important to video game history. He is the grandfather of the most popular video game genre of all time. He is arguably the most important video game character that is not in Smash right now. And this character has become synonymous with one of Nintendo's most popular characters, and I'm of course talking about Isabelle and Doomslayer are like now basically canonically best friends. And both companies endorse this. I don't know how the fuck we got here, but that's where we are. The Doomslayer's moveset would have a ton to it, and it wouldn't take much to develop because, again, the most you'd be developing for the Doomslayer would be like weapons, and those are static objects with no need to rig them or whatever. You just attach them to the model and that's it. And their simplicity would also mean that they'd be not a problem to load into the game. His moveset, his playstyle would be very clear-cut. He'd be a character that's based around footsie play, and the entire idea is to pelt people from a distance with your guns and then move in to kill them with your close-range attacks. Just like the gameplay loop of Doom itself. He'd probably be very mobile because Doom is a game that encourages you to never stop moving and always be well aware of your surroundings. The Slayer needs to enter the facility. But how good of a chance does the Slayer have? That's the real question. In my mind, the Slayer has one of the highest third-party chances in the entire game. Entire, pantheon of potential newcomers. I don't think he's a lock. I'm pretty certain that Microsoft would push for the Slayer before Chief. But I think that they would push for Crash, but I think that they would put in Crash before the Slayer. He was already a costume. That's a big deal. He's a very easy DLC character, I agree. And you could give him different costumes. You could have the Slayer from Doom Eternal, the Slayer from Doom 2016. You can have classic Doom guy. And there's a lot of extra costumes that you can choose from that were introduced in Doom Eternal. Hell, by that time, you can probably give him a Dark Ages costume. The Doomslayer is my second most wanted character in Smash. I was one of the first people to really fucking push for this character's inclusion during the speculation days of Smash Ultimate. And I'm glad that he's come to a point where more people are potentially accepting of him getting included into the game. I'm not going to say he's a guarantee because I don't want to get my hopes up too high. But I definitely feel like he has a really good chance. He is a character that's extremely important to video games. He represents a side of video games that Smash just has no representation for yet. He's owned by a company that is very willing to work with Nintendo. I think that he is a character that deserves to be in a game that celebrates video games, because a lot of video games would not exist without Doom. Get your hopes up, spoil yourself, put him in top tier, all or nothing. You know what? Sure. I'll put him in, he's a top newcomer pick. Put him at the very bottom of top tier as a treat. Yeah, I think he would have to be at the bottom of top tier. And speaking of top tier, we're gonna add another character to the top tier, because Ravenbeak is absolutely going to be a newcomer in the next Smash Brothers. The document was made in June of 2021. 3 months from the release of Metroid Dread. Ravenbeak is right there. He is in the perfect spot. He is a character that represents so many aspects of the Metroid series. He is a Chozo, something that is a species that is so integral to the lore of the games. He is a major villain whose influence spans multiple games, regardless if you only see him in one. And for not wanting to spoil, because I know a few people here haven't played Metroid Dread, his ties to Samus are very important. Not gonna say anything more than that. Don't say anything in the chat, please. Thank you. That's all I'm gonna say. Ravenbeak is built to be a Smash character. He's got an insane amount of moves to pick from. He can represent so many aspects of the series that Samus can't. And again, this is an opportunity to play as a Chozo. That is huge. That is legitimately huge for the Metroid series. Like, he is in the perfect spot. I wasn't sure beforehand I wasn't sure about Ravenbeak's chances before we found out about Sakurai designing that, you know, proposal in June of 2021, because I figured that, like, Ravenbeak came out at the worst point, because usually, like, the worst point for a character coming out is right when Smash ends. That's usually the point where the character is almost certainly going to be forgotten. But knowing now that it was done like 3 to 4 months beforehand, that potentially saves Ravenbeak's chances of being playable. And Metroid has more than earned its right to have another playable character. I think Ravenbeak is one of the safest top picks for a playable character in the next Smash. He adds so much. It would arguably not be super intensive when it comes to development. There'd be a lot of special effects that need to be made, but at most you're like building him wings, and that's it. What happened to the proposal is not for Smash 6. I don't know what it could... That proposal has to be for Smash 6. It lines up too perfectly with a lot of things. It's also basically done around the same time that Ultimate was done for Smash during Smash 4's development. I don't think it's a new Kid Icarus. I think it's Smash 6. I have no reason to believe that it's not Smash 6. The point stands, Ravenbeak definitely has a very good shot. He is a character that looks really cool. He represents a lot of major things for the Metroid series. And he's got a ton of moveset potential. I think that ever since people first saw this character, they were like, I want to play as this guy in Smash Brothers. Since the first trailer that he was shown off in for Metroid Dread, this dude was built to be a Smash character. Okay, and now we're moving on to a rather interesting character choice. One that I don't see a lot of people talk about, but still remains relevant because the game was just huge and it keeps getting ported to fucking everything. It's gonna be ported to your fridge in like 3 years. And that's the Dragonborn from Skyrim. The Dragonborn would be an amazing fighting game character. Let's not even beat around the bush. Regardless of how people feel about Todd Howard and the Chess Club, this character would be a fucking fantastic playing game character. You can do so much with a character like the Dragonborn. You could have him use so many different weapons. You've got magic. You've got the dragon shouts. There is a lot that you could do with this character. And Elder Scrolls is a massive franchise. And this was one of the first games on the Switch. I can see it also getting ported to the Switch too. Probably the special edition. with a little bit, you know, updated graphics and whatnot. It's not so much a Skyrim rep as an Elder Scrolls rep, because the Dragonborn is the most iconic protagonist from the Elder Scrolls series. I think that something like a Oblivion Guard would be funny as an assist trophy. Like he just like walks around the stage, and if he sees you hit somebody, he like locks you into a cutscene where it's like, stop, you violated the law, pay the court a fine or serve your sentence. And then once you decline, he like chases you and starts to try and swing at you. That'd be amazing. But an actual playable character from Elder Scrolls, while I think it'd be awesome, I'm gonna say that it's probably not very likely. Yeah, I agree. Dragonborn could have been a perfect pick for base game Smash Ultimate. And who knows? Elder Scrolls 6 will happen in the next decade or two. I have a feeling that he's going to still remain relevant in some way, shape, or form. Skyrim was very well received and popular in Japan. I'd put him in could go either way, especially if Smash 6 has a lot of DLC. That I didn't know. And yeah, you know what? But if it's popular in Japan, I think that I have to bump him up. Put him like right here. Getting popular in Japan will get you places in Smash. The problem with an Elder Scrolls rep is I feel Doomslayer is the bigger Bethesda rep. The thing is, I don't even view Doomslayer as a Bethesda character. I really don't. Doomslayer is very much just a character. Bethesda just publishes those games anyways. They're made by id. They're still made by id. And the reason I have the Dragonborn here and not a Fallout character is that I definitely think that if Bethesda got a chance to have a character, they choose the Dragonborn over any sort of protagonist from Fallout. Yes, even though Fallout has a show. Yeah, Bethesda would choose Doomslayer first, but I feel like everybody in Microsoft would, though. They all just mention the Microsoft reps anyway, so it's fine. Okay, next up, we have the first look into another potential newcomer for the Legend of Zelda series, which is Rauru. This is a character whose video almost fucking killed me. Because it was an hour long. There was so much to talk about with this character. And I think that should go to show that this character has a lot of potential. Even if you want to put him somewhere in between a summoner and a mage, I think that Rauru is one of the front runners now for a potential Zelda newcomer. I think he has a better chance than Skull Kid, and he definitely has a better chance than Wolf Link and Midna. He's an important character lore-wise. He's got a bunch of potential because he's essentially a light mage. Putting Rauru in anything higher than not very likely is just repeating history, I'm going to be honest. The thing is, I don't feel this thing. I think that Rauru is in a different boat than a lot of those characters. Not to mention, the character Rauru is a character that's appeared before in Zelda history. Except in this game, he's strangely attractive for a goat man. I want to put him in here that he has a really good chance. I do. Because I think he does. I think that he'd be one of the easiest ways to include a lot of things from Tears of the Kingdom without having to literally, like, revamp without having to revamp Link. Which I say they shouldn't revamp Link. Matter of fact, can you like roll him back to Twilight Princess Link somewhat, at least in like visual design, please? Thank you. Or at least give him like a regular Link costume. That'd be nice. The point is that Rauru is relevant. He can do a lot of things that other characters can't. And technically everything that Link does in Tears of the Kingdom, Rauru can do too because it's his arm. Would Rauru's addition affect how you would redesign Zelda? No, not really. Rauru's would basically just be a light mage powerhouse with some summoner aspects. I wouldn't go overboard on him summoning Zonai technology because that's more of his sister's thing than anything else. If you look into the lore, like Rauru kind of has a passing interest in it, but doesn't really know a lot about it. Which is why I even tried to limit how much he used it in his moveset, because it doesn't really make sense for him to be the character that uses it all the time. Okay, you know what? I have a hard time envisioning Rauru in Smash just because I can't see him running around those dinky ass legs. He can float. He's a mage. He can make himself float. I'm gonna put Rauru at the very bottom of has a really good chance. He's at the bottom. He's going to stay at the bottom. I think that he's a character in a very good spot right now when it comes to a lot of the potential Zelda newcomers. I think that the character Rauru in general is important enough to the lore of multiple Zelda titles that he could be put in a game like this and be considered important enough to be his own character. yeah, I stand by the fact that maybe it's a bit of bias, but I definitely think that there's something about Raru that just clicks for a potential Smash newcomer. He's that level of, like, no other character can do this that I think would be a thing that Sakurai would be looking for in a Smash 6 newcomer. That, and he also has a wildly different visual design than the other characters, which would help him stand out. He would be awesome, but I think Sonya would be cooler simply due to a niche of time magic that could go in so many different directions for a moveset design. I think most people would just say give that to Zelda. Besides, Zelda needs something. Zelda needs help. Anyway, somebody just mentioned the mech archetype. Well, we're going to talk about a mech archetype. No, that's not really an archetype. It's more of a subcategory. We're going to talk about the man with a master plan. The Eggman. How do I put this? Eggman is one of the most deserving characters to be in Smash right now, simply because of the fact that he is arguably the second most iconic video game villain of all time. But the problem is that anytime I see somebody design a moveset for him, it's garbage. Because they completely miss the entire point of what this character is supposed to be. If you are going to build Eggman for Smash, it is going to take a lot of effort. You would need a brand new machine with abilities that call back to, that while calling back to abilities from past machines, are not one-for-one references. Because simply put, Eggman has clearly shown that even if he uses the same type of weapon multiple times over, he's not the kind of guy to just do it the exact same way. Because you know what they say? That's basically the definition of insanity. Designing Eggman, giving Eggman a moveset that makes sense, is fucking hard. This character, the reason people have been asking me to do this character for like years, and my only response is, I've been trying. This character is so fucking hard to design for and do properly. Because you can't have him just use the pod. You can't. The Egg Walker is an option, but it's way too limited in scope and what it can do. And he is not just an amalgamation of past abilities. He needs something new and fresh, and designing something like that is fucking hard. But he's one of the top newcomer picks from the next game. Absolutely. Eggman is never not relevant. He is, as long as Sonic is relevant, Eggman will always be relevant. Eggman would have to be in a fighter mech. I've done some design options. I think I found the perfect I'm reaching the perfect design. The only thing is that actually translating it into a moveset is going to be difficult because I would have to basically commission somebody to make a model. feel he could be a boss. If he was a boss and not a playable character, people would flip their shit. He is a villain on par with Bowser in terms of video game importance. If one is playable, then the other should be playable too. Or he could be both. Yeah, he could be like Gandorf. He could be both. You know, playable Eggman in a smaller machine, but you get like the Death Egg robot as a boss. He's one of the biggest video game characters not in Smash. Now, I'm not saying that just because he's fat. I think this is a character that needs to be considered in at least some shape or form. I don't know what I would expect Sakurai to do with him, but I definitely think there's options to make him work as a playable character and do it really, really well. But you're gonna have to give him, you're going to need to put in a little bit of effort. The Sonic series has been drowning at the bottom of the ocean ever since Sonic was included in Brawl. It's time for that to change. And I think the best way that should change is Eggman is the base roster newcomer for the Sonic series and Shadow is DLC. Something about the Sonic series needs to change, and I think giving one of the most iconic characters in video game history his equally as iconic villain is probably the best way to go about it. That's the Eggman. That's who he is, and I can tell you where he should be, but only time will tell if he actually is. Oh boy, let's see, who's next? Oh god, now I'm just gonna make myself sad. We go from talking about one Brawl third-party newcomer to a second representative for the other one. And the discrepancy between their odds is disturbingly sad. And by that, I mean... I fucking hate that I had to put him there. The fact that there is nothing, and I mean nothing, from Metal Gear Rising in Smash Ultimate is so bullshit. Unbelievably so. The fact that I can live without Raiden being playable, but the fact that there's no rules of nature, I'm my own master now, it has to be this way. Where is the fucking Metal Gear Rising music? Please, for the love of God, if we don't get Raiden in the next Smash, or they decide, you know what, we're gonna replace Gray Fox with Raiden as the assist trophy. Please give us Metal Gear Rising music. That's all I'm asking for. Please, please. That's what I want more than anything else from the Metal Gear Solid series. Give me that music. Raiden would be an amazing fighting game character. Metal Gear Rising is over 10 years old now, and it is still like one of the best video games I've ever played. Unironically, fucking incredible in like every way. So replayable. Probably gonna play it again sometime this year. I'm pretty sure Raiden is a spirit, so that's a silver lining, I guess. But sadly, I don't think that Raiden's got that great of a chance. That being out of relevancy for that long is very, very harmful to a character's chances. Even if he's technically not been out of relevancy, because the internet will never let Metal Gear Rising die. But I digress. One day, maybe. But that day is probably not going to be the day that Smash 6 releases. If he showed up as DLC, I'd be extremely happy. And I think a lot of people would too. Because people really like this character. Like, a lot. Myself included. But sadly, that is something that may never come to pass. Okay, and next up, we have an interesting character to talk about, because I feel like this character's chances are somewhat all over the fucking place. And that character is Eevee. Where do I begin with this fucking character? There's so much potential. But how much would they actually be willing to put in? You keep Eevee the way it is, baseline, and it's going to be one of the most boring character designs the series has ever fucking seen. But are you really going to go out of your way to rig and animate 9 different characters? Yet, since Smash Ultimate's release, Eevee has essentially become the secondary mascot of Pokemon. It is a Pokemon that is essentially now put on the same level as the mascot Pikachu. It had its own game alongside the mascot of Pikachu. It's the only other Pokemon that had an actual voice other than Pikachu. I stand by the belief that the best way to implement Eevee is to simply just use the Cantonian evolutions of Vaporeon, Jolteon, and Flareon. It would cut down on the bloat of having to animate 9 different Pokemon, but you'd still get a nice variety of different playstyles. This is a character that cannot just be left out of discussion. It has to be included in some way, shape, or form. You cannot just say no to the secondary mascot of Pokemon at this point. It's also been Eevee has also been a Pokeball Pokemon. I think for 2 games now. Yeah, leave the other evolutions for the final Smash. I agree. I'm an Umbreon Espeon believer. It's the Gen 2 ones. It's the best 2 evolutions, and it has a good balance of defensive or offensive. Well, the funny thing is that you could have Eevee be the playable character with Vaporeon, Jolteon, Flareon forms, and the other evolutions can just be Pokeball Pokemon. I also think that Jolteon, Vaporeon, and Flareon are like the nice balance of, like, you know, range, strength, and speed without having too much overlap between the two, between any of them. Not to mention, Vaporeon can use Ice. Vaporeon's tanky like Umbreon. Jolteon and Vaporeon both use ranged abilities like Espeon does. And in terms of the power, you have Flareon, so... Yeah, Leafeon being the weird offense-oriented one like Flareon doesn't need to have that exist. You just have... Those are the nice... Those 3 balance out. Can Flareon learn Solar Beam? I don't know. Flareon couldn't even learn fucking fire moves for like 3 generations. I'll tell you in just a second. Knowing Flareon? Probably not. Probably not. No, it can't learn Solar Beam, but it can learn Trailblaze. That's so fucking odd. Honestly, Eevee, I'm gonna put in could go either way. I think that if Smash 6 goes back to the days of Brawl where they're adding 2 Pokemon per game, then Eevee being the second choice alongside a Pokemon from Gen 9 is probably the safest bet. Do I think they would add Eevee on their own and not include anything from Gen 9? No. I also think that we're at a point where Gen 10 is too far away for it to be considered for the next Smash. I genuinely do not think we're getting Gen 10 this year. It is a Pokemon that has to be considered, at least somewhat. How they decide to implement Eevee is up to interpretation, but there's definitely a lot of different ways this character can be taken. I think that just sticking with the 3 Cantonian evolutions is the safest choice. Sakurai designing moves for Flare while looking at his move pool. Don't worry, you got a lot of, you know, physical attacks in there. But yeah, I definitely think that Eevee has a chance. Considering the status that Eevee now holds And they aren't lighting up on that either. He basically is just the secondary mascot of Pokemon. Okay, next up is, oh fuck, I forgot I put you on this list. Pyramid Head from Silent Hill. This is a giant... This character is backed by a bunch of fucking questions. Because Konami could easily just ask for them to push Silent Hill in some way, shape, or form. And objectively speaking, Pyramid Head probably is the best way to represent Silent Hill. They also are coming off of a very successful remake. Whether that remake is too recent for Smash 6 to be considered anything valuable is up to interpretation. I personally think it is too recent. I think he would be an interesting DLC character. And I think the concept of having Metal Gear Solid, Castlevania, and Silent Hill all together in the same video game would be interesting. But I think that as a character, he's probably not very likely. I've already explored the potential of Pyramid Head as a character, and I think that he definitely has a lot of potential as a character. How much they're willing to go with, I couldn't tell you, but there's definitely something here. He has a better chance than Raiden. I can definitely see them wanting to push a different franchise over another Metal Gear Solid character. He has blood on his character design. Just wipe it off. You can make a clean version of fucking Pyramid Head. Smooth Head. But yeah, I mainly only include Pyramid Head as a potential for Silent Hill. And I know that Silent Hill is a big franchise and easily one of Konami's biggest series that should be at least somewhat considered for games like this. And I do stand by the statement that Pyramid Head would probably be one of the best ways to represent a horror character in and of itself without, you know, just making a guy that shoots. I'm talking about like an actual monster. Ridley's not a horror monster. He's just a creepy character from Metroid. Ideally, technically the best choice for a horror character is Wesker, but I don't expect them to choose Wesker as the first Resident Evil character. Because he's both. He's both the shooter and the monster. And speaking of characters that make people shit their pants, we have the Emmy from Metroid Dread. Yeah. The worst part is that the Emmy legitimately has a lot of potential to be a really interesting Smash character. Just the way that the Emmy can animate itself adds so much to its visual design. But there ain't no fucking way they're picking the Emmy over Ravenbeak. That's the biggest problem. It's gonna be either a stage hazard or an assist trophy, possibly both. But if given the opportunity to play as this thing, I would gladly try it out. The animators could do a lot of really fun things with a character that can rotate all of its limbs 360 degrees. But yeah, it's basically Ravenbeak is gatekeeping all the Metroid characters. But yeah, he would be awesome, but no, there's no chance for him. I would be more than happy to be proven wrong, but as it stands, I do not expect to see Emmy as a playable character. I would be willing to put money down on the fact that Emmy is going to be one of the first new assist trophies they show off. He's going to get the Waluigi treatment. I prefer Kraid. Well, there's a reason why Kraid isn't on this list, because Kraid doesn't have much of a chance either. He'd be down here too, because again, Ravenbeak is gatekeeping anything from Metroid Dread, making it in as a playable character. If it's not him, nothing. Sadly. Okay, next up we have... No, there's one more Capcom character after this. But a Capcom character that was weirdly absent entirely from Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I don't understand how or why this happened, but you'd think one of the Capcom characters with a huge history on Nintendo platforms would at least have something. But no, nothing from the Ace Attorney series ever made it into Smash. Yes, we're talking about Phoenix Wright. Good old Nick. And I'm not entirely sure what to think about this character. Is Phoenix Wright a character that can be considered an icon on Nintendo platforms? Yes and no. The easiest Meat Brawler DLC costume ever. I don't know how it didn't happen. I have no fucking clue either, to be honest. I feel like Capcom got fucking screwed over so hard with the DLC for Smash Ultimate. They should have been way more involved. How they never got a DLC character just feels wrong. But Phoenix Wright is a character that I think has... I want to say he's close to Dante, but not quite. He'd be representing it, again, he's representing a genre that's not in Smash, which is visual novels. But you also have another character that's relevant that could also be representing that aspect of the video game industry, which is Ayumi Tachibana. again, the question has to be asked, is he more likely than Bandana Dee? I don't think so. So I think I'm going to put Nick in, could go either way. I think Nick could be put in at any time and make sense simply because of just how much of a legacy his series has on Nintendo hardware. But would they include him over Dante, Chun-Li, or a Monster Hunter? And part of me is like, maybe? It's hard to say. But I will say that they should probably make a new Ace Attorney. That'd be nice. Okay, next up is the last of the classic characters, and that's Excite Biker. I think I'm just gonna put him like there. I think he's in the ballpark of the characters that could be really good as a classic character. He would play like nothing in the game. He's been a character on Sakurai's radar for a very long time, which means that he definitely has a chance. And again, he's a character that I would argue would not take very much development time, because you're basically sticking this character, basically like gluing this character to an object, which means there's not going to be many instances of like full body movement. He definitely, I think, is up there with the most likely classic characters. I think I'm gonna put him above Ayumi Tachibana, because I think that out of like the top 3 classic characters, he's probably somewhere in the middle. I don't know if I would say he's more likely than Takamaru. I feel like Takamaru is a playstyle that people are that's more sought after than a guy on a bike. But yeah, I definitely don't have much to say in terms of what I can expect from this character. If you're not going to bring him back as a playable character, if you're not going to make him a playable character, bring back his assist trophy. I think that'd be nice. Sorry, just give me a second. I'm looking for something. I'm looking for a throat lozenge so I can get through the rest of this stream and not lose my voice. The Excite Biker is unlikely since they may not be suitable for combat. Not many characters in Smash are actually suitable for combat, but they fight because it's a fighting game. So I don't really think that's an argument that works. Yeah, Isabelle and Villager are a great example. Which is funny because Villager was originally kept out of Smash because Sakurai didn't think the character would know how to fight. Okay, next up is, while it shows Pokemon Rival, this is essentially just a slot for another fully playable trainer. And this is something that I know a lot of people have been asking for a while. And I feel like the request for it to become even more apparent because of the fact that Pokemon Trainer came out so well in Ultimate. But here's the thing. So many, I mean so many, of these Pokemon Trainer movesets that you see on the internet are bad. Like, really bad. And the reason they're bad is because they lose focus of what makes the Pokemon Trainer as a character actually work. But yeah, this character, the chances of us getting another character, another trainer are like not very likely. I almost want, fuck, I'm gonna put him down here. There's almost no chance of us actually getting another trainer. I would love to see them experiment with different types of trainers. That'd be very fun. But I do not know if they'd be willing to put into development time for 3 completely unique Pokemon again. Hell, I'd even argue that the only reason they did it for Pokemon Trainer is because Charizard is attached to it. Which is why they had no qualms with putting Charizard on his own in Smash 4. I'm not entirely sure about another trainer unless they're like your Hisuian trainer set because it's kind of already been done. Well, it's been done one way. I'd love to see them try, unique ways of the team working together. But I don't expect them to do it. And don't worry, I'll talk about Hisuian Trainer when we get to him, because yes, Hisuian Trainer is on this list. They have no reason to create a new Pokemon Trainer and replace the old one. The old one works perfectly fine. But yeah, I just don't see them being willing to include that level of work again in another Pokemon newcomer. So yeah, almost no chance for the likes of the Pokemon Rival or any kind of additional Pokemon, like 3-team Pokemon that you use the different Pokemon. After the Pokemon Trainer is Geese Howard. Probably one of the best characters to ever come out of SNK. And easily... And I think he's the easy second choice for a Fatal Fury character. You got the iconic main hero, and now you need the iconic main villain, who just loves to throw himself off of apartment buildings. But do I think that Geese would be do I think Geese has a chance of being playable? No, not really, sadly. I think it'd be insanely fun. I'd love to see Smash players complain about having to do a pretzel motion. And I think that, you know, his defensive and parry-oriented style will be very fun. But his chances of actually becoming a playable character are not exactly the highest. I'd argue that Geese is a better choice than Mai. I know that it's Terry and Mai in Street Fighter 6 right now. Hell, Mai came out like only a few days ago. But Geese is the like SNK villain. And people just adore this character, and rightfully so, because he's Geese Howard. There's a reason why he was good enough to be put into Tekken 7 as a guest character. But it doesn't matter, because I don't think Fatal Fury is going to get a second character at all. Hell, I'll even be surprised if they manage to get Terry back in the base roster. If he's not base roster, I know that Sakurai is probably going to fight to have Terry at least come back as DLC. His English is so funny. I mean, it is. It's hilarious because he's American. He's not going to be speaking Japanese. He's a red-blooded American. Favorite food is steak. Anyways, moving on. Oh no. Well, we were gonna get here eventually, folks, but now I gotta break some hearts. Because I gotta talk about a character that I feel is the epitome of developmental bloat. And that's Paper Mario. Paper Mario is a character that I think should have been in Smash, like, at least since Ultimate. I think that the Paper Mario series has proven that it deserves to be in Smash. Regardless of how people feel about, you know, Sticker Star, Color Splash, and the Origami King. This character is, and I think the only thing that's kept this character out of Smash is the fact that his development would take so much time and resources to put together. You would be having to make 5 to 6 probably extra characters on top of him because of the partners. And that's not even including any extra stuff that you add on top of that. But I don't think that it's enough to put him out of the running. So I'm going to put him where Shantae is. And could go either way. But at the very bottom of could go either way. I feel that next to Waluigi, he's probably one of the most sought after characters from the Mario series at this point. Even if it does feel like people even if it feels like people less want Paper Mario and more the people that would come along with him. I think the biggest question is, how would they animate this character? To be completely honest with you, the animation style of Color Splash and Origami King would save them so much development time on this character if they did that. Where it's mostly like keyframe types of animations. If we can't get Paper Mario, then we should definitely be getting some music in a stage. And I mean an actual stage. I don't know what the fuck that thing is in Smash right now, but that's not a Paper Mario stage. That's a Game & Watch's stick. Well, I guess you could add a lot more visually to Paper Mario's design to make him, you know, papery. And help him stand out from the likes of Mr. Game & Watch. I'm just surprised there's no music from this game, from this series in the game yet. As for whether I think he would be base roster or DLC, part of me wants to say he'd probably be DLC. I have a feeling they would focus on Waluigi as the main Mario newcomer, while Paper Mario is DLC. Especially if they went with like Waluigi and Toad. But yeah, I think that he's on the lower end of could go either way. There's a lot of things that are kind of holding him back. But I definitely think if they put in the time, he could be a very unique character. Alright, next we have Gengar. Gengar is a character that I've said before and I'll say again, is timeless. Gengar is always popular, he's always relevant, and he's always unique. No matter what point in the series Pokemon is, they could add Gengar and he'd be an awesome newcomer. Personally, if it came down to what I wanted, I would want the next Smash game to have Gengar as the classic Pokemon they include, while adding something from Gen 9. He really is just a Pokemon that's just timeless. He's got a fun and simple design. I don't even see them having to add too much to his character in order to make him work. Gengar feels like a character that can get a lot of payoff for very little work. But I'm gonna have to put him, sadly, in not very likely. It feels like Smash has been fucking ignoring this character, and it sucks. I don't really expect them to do anything with this character. in any Smash game. Understandable since Pokemon competition is ridiculously tough. Yeah. I'll always continue to say, like support them. Even, like, Smash 7, Smash 8, where the fuck we are when I'm in, like, my 50s. I definitely think that this character could just be included at any point, make total sense. People would love him. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Gengar is awesome. And going from one awesome Pokemon to another, Ogerpon. Probably the character I would describe as the second most likely character from Gen 9 to be included. Or probably very close to being tied for number 1. Ogerpon is basically built to be a Smash character. And she has all the makings of a popular Pokemon. Or, you know, a Pokemon inclusion for Smash. Ogerpon is very popular. She's got a very nice visual design. And she has a mechanic in actual Pokemon games that literally feels like it was made to be included in Smash. She can be a stance fighter, but by swapping out masks to change around her stats. It would be the first instance of doing that with 4 different potential sets. The moves would remain the same, effects would change, stats would change. And I definitely think that next to one other Pokemon, she has a really good chance. It basically comes down to what they're looking for more in a character. Ogerpon is also an instance of representing a legendary Pokemon, which is something that they have not done since Mewtwo, mainly because they couldn't, because they're all either too big or they're only for one version of the game. Not to mention, how can you not love Ogerpon? He's adorable. He's also a really fucking good Pokemon, too. If it was either Ogerpon or Meowscarada that made it, I would be more than happy with either. I think that Ogerpon has a lot of potential. And will more than likely be featured in the next generation in some way, shape, or form, because she's just become an iconic part of Pokemon in the last couple of years. Isn't she evil? No, she's not evil. If anything, I won't say much because the story is that her backstory is actually really sad, but Ogerpon is a character that definitely deserves to be that definitely has the makings of a Smash Pokemon. If they're looking for an interesting character mechanic, the masks are definitely something that they should look into. And speaking of characters that have an interesting chance of getting into Smash, even more so thanks to recent outings, we have Geno from Super Mario RPG. Talk about a character that's just like held on for dear life for the better part of 20 years. Gino is a character that has finally been reintroduced into the public eye through the Super Mario RPG remake. He is a character with a very distinct playstyle. He is basically Super Mario RPG's equivalent of a black mage. But instead of magic, he uses guns. Literally a bullet wizard. The thing is that I don't know how I feel about Gino. Part of me wants to say he's basically been given the perfect excuse to finally become playable. But part of me is also, would Square let them go through with it? And would Square, like, not just push somebody else? And because of that, I'm going to have to put Gino in... Could go either way. I think he's a character that, for moderate payoff, for moderate work, would be a huge payoff. You can implement, you know, unique system where if you time your attacks correctly, they deal more damage. But I don't know if the remake is enough to warrant him being included in Smash. It's tough talking about Gino in today's climate. I definitely think he's more likely than somebody like 2B. I'm trying to think, is there anybody that I would consider more likely from Square that isn't like Tifa? Or another FF7 character. But yeah, I agree with somebody that said, if Gino doesn't get in now, I don't know if he ever will. This is the make or break moment for Gino. And for the sake of people that want him in the game, I hope it's make. All right, moving on. We have a new character from the Pikmin series. You've got Oatchi and the Captain. Probably just be classified as Oatchi. Is a brand new character for Pikmin. I am very torn on this character, because part of me says, from what I've seen of Pikmin 4 and the different way that Oatchi plays from your traditional captain, there's a lot of potential here. Like, a lot. But then another part of me is also like, Olimar's drowning. Now, the problems of the characters that came before him should not be thrown onto Oatchi. The son to the father does not translate to the son, which is also a way I feel about Newcomers for newcomers for the Sonic the Hedgehog series. Just because Sonic sucks in some ways doesn't mean that any other character from his series would as well. But he's a very adorable character design. Yes, you missed Gino. I said he could go either way. But I said it's like make or break. Like this time around, I feel. You could absolutely include Oatchi and still improve Olimar. I do not think that a combination of Oatchi and another captain would affect Olimar's playstyle that much. I also think that Pikmin 4 did a lot of changes to the general playstyle of Pikmin that you could have both of these characters coincide with each other. Why would Olimar use Oatchi? No, this would just be like a separate. This would be a completely separate character. Like this would just be like the generic captain of Pikmin 4 with Oatchi. I would like if Oatchi used one type of Pikmin to demonstrate a different type of Pikmin gameplay. Be interesting. Or maybe a way to swap which type of Pikmin you have. Like he only gets one set type of Pikmin, but you can swap what type of Pikmin that is. Like you get 3 Pikmin, but they're all ice, or they're all rock, or they're all sprites, or whatever are they called light Pikmin? The little weird green ones. The point is, I think that this character legitimately has like a really good chance. Though I don't know how many people would want to punch Oatchi in the face. Glow Pikmin. Alright. Perfect. Thank you. Also, yeah, the alternative to Oatchi would be Louie and Moss. That's like the alternative for this. If you don't want to go with Oatchi. If you want to consider this character Louie and Moss, that's also perfectly fine. But yeah, I could definitely see them adding another Pikmin character to distract you from the fact that Olimar is drowning. And it works out because I actually do want to punch Louie. I think everybody wants to punch Louie at this point. Dude is a literal psychopath. Dude almost sacrificed his crewmate to like an eldritch abomination in Pikmin 3. But yeah, either Oatchi and the captain or Louie and Moss, either or, I think that they both make for a great newcomer for the Nintendo side of stuff. Yeah, let Louie be the Pikmin villain. Alright, next up, we've got a very interesting character that I added because of the potential of this company finally entering the celebration that is Smash, and that is Gordon Freeman. Good old Mr. Freeman. It is weird to think that Valve officially has games on the Switch with Portal. I could absolutely see them porting like Half-Life 2 to the Switch too. And let's be realistic here. Valve is a company that has more than earned its right to be considered amongst the greatest in the video game pantheon. And the character that started it all was our favorite mute protagonist, Gordon Freeman. It is a benchmark of video game history, Half-Life, in what it did for storytelling in video games. The question though is, would it be considered for Smash? That's the big question. And sadly, the answer is probably not. Now, don't get me wrong, you could do a lot with Gordon Freeman as a character. Not only would he be representing the FPS genre, but there are so many weird and wacky weapons in the Half-Life series. You could make a character like Gordon Freeman feel nothing like any character in Smash. I know I've also read that Valve has said they would love to have a character of theirs be included in Smash. I don't think they specified anybody, but they definitely said like we'd be honored to have it happen. Assist trophy material at least. I'd say at least a Mii costume. He is a perfect Mii sword fighter costume. Just give him the crowbar and the HEV suit, and you're golden. I don't know how much influence Half-Life has in Japan. That's one thing I don't know about. I hope they pull on SNK and put a bunch of music from a variety of Valve games, not just Half-Life. That'd be nice. There is a lot of really good music in Valve games. I'm gonna look it up. Well, at least Steam is popular in Japan. I see that Sakurai mentioned Half-Life 2 in a Famitsu article about the feel of American games. Weird, I can't really see anything other than like the Steam market growth for Japan is increasing, but that doesn't tell me anything about actual Half-Life popularity. Half-Life is like the American game. I'd argue that's Doom, but Half-Life is definitely up there. But yeah, I would love to see something from Valve included in Smash Brothers. Even if it's something simple, like a GLaDOS assist trophy or something. All right, next up, oh, this one's super simple. Do I even need to go into detail on why Noah and Mio are easy top newcomer picks? Probably the easiest ones next to Waluigi and Ravenbeak are Noah and Mio from Xenoblade Chronicles 3. This series just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and what a shock. Xenoblade 2 got a newcomer. I do not see anything. I don't see them not getting a newcomer in the next one. Especially since they don't have to wait, considering it's not too recent. I'd be more surprised if they weren't in Smash 6. I agree. Noah and Mio are very safe choices, I feel. It's either them or Elma. I feel like Elma missed her shot, though I would not be upset if she was playable. There's also a lot of really interesting things they can explore with Noah and Mio as a character. Like an actual tag team that assists one another and encourages you to swap between the two. Some sort of Ouroboros mechanic that allows you access to more powerful abilities. Xenoblade X is getting a Switch port, but you know what? Xenoblade X was fresh in the mind of Sakurai and the development team during the time when Smash Ultimate was being written up, and that kind of just fucking went nowhere. Sadly. Let me see who is next. Ah, Heihachi Mishima. Good old, how many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? The man who can't stay dead. The man who treated a volcano like a fucking sauna and somehow came out looking younger. Heihachi Mishima. I think that if Kazuya comes back, he's kind of like the next most likely character. He also represents an aspect of Tekken that you can't get with Kazuya. Also, you know, the chance to have Kazuya and Heihachi fight in Smash. He's also a character that's been considered before. And now that we have a character with the Devil Gene, how about a character with a bear? A bear that knows how to do Electric Wind God Fist. He would have to call in Kuma. I feel like that's just like a thing that he would have to do. And imagine if they both did fucking Electric Wind God Fists at the same time. I don't see Heihachi happening considering Kazuya's Devil Gene was designed to compromise for Heihachi's lack of mobility and recovery. Don't worry, he gets thrown by a bear. That's one thing that Kazuya doesn't have. That he doesn't have a favorite son. The bear is Heihachi's favorite son. Heihachi's in PlayStation All-Stars. Why not add Brian, Jin, or Asuka? Because Heihachi's more popular. Also, who cares about what PlayStation All-Stars did? It's either, yeah, either the bear throws him up or the monk saves him and then throws him up. You could make Heihachi and Kuma play like Tekken Tag. That's true. The point is that I think we have reached an area where Heihachi can work as a playable character. Now that they have a ground to work on with what they did with Kazuya, just any place with Devil Gene powers, fill in with Lightning and Bear. And the off-screen monk, that too. Doesn't being in PlayStation All-Stars make Heihachi less likely? I would not say so, no. That was a very long time ago. I would argue that if they already considered Heihachi before, and that was when PlayStation All-Stars existed, then they won't stop him now. I definitely think there's potential for Heihachi. And I definitely think that they would choose him over Jin, if push came to shove. Just to, you know, not have overlap with Devil Gene. Literal reincarnation of a thunder god with a bear. The bear is important. It'd also be a nice way to show off Tekken's more comedic side, because there is a lot of comedic undertones to Tekken and its story and shit. When, you know, the world isn't in a third world war. Thanks, Jin. I wonder if Sega making a new Virtua Fighter makes one of them likely for DLC. If they include anyone from Virtua Fighter, it's gonna be Akira. It just has to be. Like, he's the face of the series. He would also be probably a very difficult character to play. But yeah, Heihachi Mishima, I support your inclusion in the next Smash Brothers. And another character whose inclusion I support, but I'm not entirely sure about, is the Monster Hunter. Now, I don't think I need to explain that the Monster Hunter has more than proven they can be an amazing Smash character. Marvel Infinite's Monster Hunter is one of the best designed characters in the entire series. She is awesome. It is usually the go-to image that people use when thinking of a playable Monster Hunter in a fighting game. The problem is that while this character is fucking fantastic, this character's inclusion in in Marvel Infinite might have ruined it for literally everybody else. Because apparently, the dev team behind Monster Hunter Didn't know this was happening. Until it was too late. And because of that, that might have been the reason why we never got Monster Hunter in Smash Ultimate. I don't know, the developers of Monster Hunter are very weird about their characters interacting with other characters. It's weird. You'd think that this would be like one of the easiest newcomer choices for Capcom to choose. But I'm not sure. Because we got Rathalos in Ultimate. And that's it. No stage. No music. Just a assist trophy that doubles as a boss. And I don't know about you, but the fact that we lost Monster Hunter music hurts more than losing the character. I read somewhere that they don't like having the hunters as actual characters. And yeah, we have 2 songs from Monster Hunter. Not nearly enough. This franchise should have like 50 songs. I'm not even kidding. If there's any franchise in Smash that's currently in Smash through any sort of means, the series with the greatest soundtrack that's not being represented is Metal Gear Rising. Second is Monster Hunter. There was a stage, the empty plane, where nothing happened. Oh god, you're right. It is so weird that this series was neglected the way it was. Thing is, I don't know how much their mentality on that has changed since the days of Smash Ultimate. I'm going to go with a very low. Could go either way. And that hurts. Because, frankly, Monster Hunter should be a top newcomer pick. Easily. One of the easiest third-party base roster characters they could choose next to the likes of Crash Bandicoot, in my opinion, is the Monster Hunter. "90% of these fellows are from Challenger Concepts. Are the rest getting that treatment like Rayman or Shovel Knight, or are they just here?" I'll never say. I won't tell you anything that could or could not get your hopes up. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure of what to expect with Monster Hunter in Smash 6. The ideal thing is we get a Monster Hunter playable character. That'd be awesome. There's so many different ways you can build a Monster Hunter. And the new additions they keep giving to each game just keeps adding to the moveset potential. Not seeing Monster Hunter in Smash 6 will hurt, but the least I can say is I hope Sakurai asks for some music. Because goddamn, do we need some music from Monster Hunter in Smash. Just give it a stage if you're not going to give it a fighter, honestly. There's so many iconic places in the Monster Hunter series you can turn the stages. Okay, moving on. We have the next two. I'm going to do these two characters simultaneously because they're both from the same game. We have the Hisuian Trainer and Hisuian Zoroark. A couple of interesting characters for a variety of reasons. The Hisuian Trainer is an opportunity to try something new with a trainer archetype that hasn't been done before. And Hisuian Zoroark is potential retribution for years of being neglected. Between the two of them, I think Hisuian Zoroark has the better chance. There's a lot of really cool things you could do with Hisuian Zoroark as a Pokemon. Like summoning wraiths and stuff like that because of the unique way that this Pokemon uses its bitter malice to like project like dark energy and stuff like that. No, it would not be a fight. It would not fight anything like Unveiling Zoroark. Not even going to fucking humor that conversation. But I definitely think that there is stuff with this Pokemon that could make it an interesting newcomer. And Zoroark has been neglected before. It might be the opportunity this thing has been looking for. Meanwhile, for the Hisuian Trainer, I'm just gonna put them above the rival. But I think that that's something we're probably not going to see. If only because of the fact that, again, I don't expect them to put that much work into a newcomer. Would it be awesome to have like a trainer that actually works with a team of 6 Pokemon? Yeah. Especially if it's given like a base that can actually do it. But I don't fucking expect them to do it. Hisuian Zoroark, however, is a little bit more tricky. If only because of the fact that, again, it is a version of a Pokemon that was apparently once considered, or, you know, a front runner, but then was neglected. And I'd argue that out of a lot of the Pokemon that came out of Legends Arceus, Hisuian Zoroark's probably one of the more iconic ones. I mean, it was so iconic, it was a fucking pre-order bonus for Scarlet and Violet. Which is kind of weird to think about, but yeah, this Pokemon is what I would argue the like front runner of new Pokemon introduced in Legends Arceus. And Legends Arceus did not release for another 6 to 7 months after the document was put together for Smash 6. So at the time, Legends Arceus was the thing that the Pokemon Company was currently pushing. You know, before they announced that fucking the Gen 9 was coming in the same year. Fucking oof. And honestly, this one, I don't know where to put Hisuian Zoroark. I think the time frame is nice. But other than that, it's like, where do I go with this? they really need to slow down on making Pokemon games. I mean, they have. Legend ZX was announced almost a year ago. We've heard nothing about it since then. But I think for the time being, I'm going to put Hisuian Zoroark in the not very likely. Simply because of the fact that Gen 9 coming out 10 months after Legends Arceus kind of just like kicked Zoroark while it's down. Okay, next up we have the last of the Zelda newcomers on this list. And arguably one that I think is slept on the most in terms of character potential. And that's Minoru. Good old Minnie. Minoru, in my opinion, is a character that has the potential to have one of the most interesting playstyles in the entire game. And who is this? This is the sister of Rauru. This is Raru's sister, older sister. Minoru essentially is a character that has the potential to implement a whole new way for a puppet character to function in Smash. Because Minoru's biggest thing is that she can separate her spirit from her body. And as the Sage of Spirit, she essentially pilots a giant mech during the story of Tears of the Kingdom. She's a partner character. But she uses... hang on. She uses a construct. Sorry, I'm just pulling up an image. Here you go. So this is what she pilots. This is what her spirit pilots in Tears of the Kingdom. Essentially a large battle robot that you can customize with different weapons. And essentially, a puppet character that can freely summon their puppet. Sounds like a really fucking cool Smash character idea. And you can customize the puppet to use different types of weapons. There's a lot of really cool things you can do with Minoru as a character. Especially since, as I said previously, she's the more technologically inclined of the two. So on top of like spirit magic, you also get access to this thing that you can like summon onto the battlefield to do attacks for you. And you can build specials around it, you know, have it have to recharge after a set period of time. A completely unique way to take a puppet character in Smash. Yeah, Rauru is about magic. Minoru is about technology, which is one of the main reasons why I didn't go ham with technology in Raru's moveset. It's honestly a very interesting character design, and I look forward to showing you how much potential she has when she gets her moveset later this year. I'm gonna put her at the bottom. It could go either way, simply because of the fact that she does just have that raw potential that Sakurai could potentially understand and utilize himself. A very, very different type of character in general. It would be a nice way to show just how different of a game Tears of the Kingdom is compared to the other Zelda titles. Yeah, I think that Tears of the Kingdom is the optimal point for them to have somebody that's not a Triforce wielder. And speaking of another character that might be included that isn't a Triforce wielder, you have Impa, a character that has basically been requested to hell and back for Zelda basically since the days of, I'd argue, Brawl? Actually, no. In between Brawl and Smash 4, because she only really started to become bigger again during the times of Skyward Sword, which is 2011. I'm curious, would you want Warriors Impa specifically, or this Impa in general? I think that Warriors Impa... Well, personally, if it came down to Warriors Impa, I'd want Hyrule Warriors 1 Impa over Age of Calamity Impa, because a ninja wielding a giant fucking sword and a naginata is really cool. But I think there's a lot of abilities from Age of Calamity that would be really interesting to see in Smash. I'm not on board with the people that say that she should replace Sheik. I think that Sheik is a unique enough character and a veteran of Smash in general. They should not be replaced. She's one of those melee characters that's iconic enough that she should just stay where she is and not change. I feel there's ways you can include this design of Impa and not make it entirely based on her Age of Calamity moveset. You could take a lot of things from like puzzles in Breath of the Wild and stuff like that and make a completely unique character out of it. But I definitely would want Impa to actually be like a ninja. Not like the pseudo ninja that Sheik is. I'm talking like an actual ninja. I like to think of Impa as a spiritual successor in the worst case that Sheik is cut. Thankfully, I don't see Sheik getting cut. At least not before the other Links. Greninja has ninja in the name, true, but Greninja plays more like a rogue than an actual ninja. Considering the fact that Greninja is based on the thief class from D&D. Makes sense. He's technically more of a ninja than Sheik is, but by layers of design, he's technically more of a thief or a rogue than an actual ninja. As for her potential, I think that she's probably, again, somebody that's like in the could go either way category. I legitimately think that Rauru has a better chance of getting into the game than Impa does. Just because I think he offers more than she does in terms of a playable style. But I would be more than happy to give her a try if she was ever playable. If they can figure out a way to make her, like, clones do something unique and interesting, I would definitely be all for Impa being playable. But it depends. Oh boy! I think that we've reached, oh yeah, this is definitely the last. This is the last of the top newcomer picks. It's a very safe choice. No, it's not Mogus. It's a cat. Meowscarada is 100% the front runner for a Pokemon from Generation 9. And it's not really hard to understand why. She is probably the first... She's probably the first, like, really iconic grass starter in forever. She has the potential for a very, very fun moveset, considering her main thing is, you know, sleight of hand and visual trickery. No, she's not a mage. Why not Tinkaton? Because Tinkaton has a lot of problems with, would have a lot of problems with its visual readability. With Meowscarada, what you see is what you get. Not many assets would have to be made. You'd have the flower bombs, and that'd probably be it, honestly. Meowscarada as a Pokemon is a fast physical attacker. Again, because it's not a real magician. It's a street magician that plays on misdirection more than anything else. Yeah, Sprigatito's the mascot of the Pokemon anime, and that Sprigatito's gonna become a Meowscarada eventually. I know it's a Florigado now. That's all. It's one more step away. They also had a Meowscarada in the spin-off show that they had for a little while before the anime started. Meowscarada would be cringe. No, you're cringe. I'm kidding. A third part Dark fully evolved starter in a row. The second one being a cat? Yes, but it's a grass type starter. And that's what everybody wants, isn't it? That's right, people won't shut the fuck up about Rillaboom, right? I jest. The point is that there's a lot of fun things you can do with Meowscarada as a Pokemon, as a character. I've already done my fair share of exploring her potential. And I feel like the deflection of people not wanting her is mainly just because she's popular, which is usually what happens with the popular Pokemon. People don't want the popular Pokemon, they want to push for the Pokemon that's less popular. I feel like when it comes down to it, Gen 9 at this point, it's gonna be either Meowscarada or Ogerpon. So I guess the people that wanted a grass type are gonna be happy one way or another. I'm not one of those people that thinks that the type needs to be represented, but there are people out there that are very, very attached to that. It's basically why Rillaboom was the one that so many people pushed for, even though it was blatantly obvious that Cinderace was going to be the choice for Gen 8 if it ever happened. If we're talking about types we need to rep, we need Ghost. Yeah, I know, Gengar, he's right there. Like, jeez. Well, technically also so is Hisuian Zoroark. But yeah, I can definitely see Meowscarada being the choice, and everybody's gonna be... Here's the thing. We go through a phase when it comes to Pokemon in Smash. Initially, everybody hates the new inclusion, and then over time, people realize that the choice was actually really good. Not me, though. I thought the Incineroar was amazing from day one. I thought Incineroar was, like, the best choice they could have gone with, and thank God they did. Because Incineroar is legitimately, like, one of the best designs in the entire game. Which gives me hope for a lot of the amazing things they can potentially do with Meowscarada as a Pokemon. I was an Incineroar Andy in 2018. Same. I really hope Incineroar comes back. Incineroar has a unique enough playstyle that if Sakurai makes unique playstyles like a thing that he's looking for with characters he brings back, I feel like Incineroar is pretty much safe. Like, he is the grappler of Smash right now. Yeah, Gen 7 had an amazing trio. Yeah, Incineroar is also still popular, and you know what else is still popular in Japan? Wrestling. But yeah, this cat is very popular, and I hope that both of these cats are playable in the next Smash. And I hope that Meowscarada is animated like half as well as Incineroar is. It's like, Jesus Christ. The amount of love that character got in terms of like its visual design is just like, holy shit, where did this come from? Somebody on that development team fucking loves wrestling. Anyways, next up is Among Us, the imposter. Among Us? This one I didn't even know if I was going to put on the list at first, but like thinking about it, like Among Us is huge. It doesn't matter like whether or not people really consider it fell off or not. Like this series kind of never went anywhere, and by that I mean like it never like lost its gas. And while I don't think that they'd be playable, I do think that they would be a really good assist trophy. And a Mii costume. You could even do multiple Mii costumes with this. Like you can make one for like each type. One with regular hands for Brawler, the knife for Sword Fighter. I definitely think you could do something fun with the imposter. Like the moveset potential is absolutely there. Especially if you like go like balls to the wall with how much you make this character like morph and transform. But that's gonna take a lot of development work. Yeah, there's a kill animation with a gun, so you give him a gun for the gunner. There you go. But yeah, easy assist trophy, easy costume, in my opinion. Okay, now we get to talk about another character with a big visor, and that's good old Master Cheeks. Mac and cheese. Mustard beef. This character is a little weird to talk about because I kind of realized that he kind of has the Spyro problem. And by that I mean like he's kind of far down a list of characters that I think would be chosen before him. Yeah, Halo's coming to the Switch too, but is that enough? Personally, I'm going to put him in could go either way. On the lower end of could go either way. I don't think he has as good enough a chances as the Slayer or Crash. I think that the Slayer's video game importance gives him a better chance, and I think that Crash as a character in general has a better chance. I don't think he's as low as Spyro. At the very least, I would love a stage, and I'd love a stage, a costume, and some music from Halo. There's a lot of really good Halo music out there. I also feel that translating Master Chief into Smash would be notably more difficult because the difference between Master Chief in the games and Master Chief in the actual canon of Halo is drastically different from one another. He could be a DLC character. I would not put it past Microsoft asking them to include Master Chief. He is a very important character to video game history. He is like one of the main. He's from a series that basically kickstarted FPSs on consoles, which was like a big thing because most people just thought it was like a PC only kind of genre. Didn't Infinite add some sort of grappling hook? Yeah. Infinite gave you a grappling hook. But I definitely think that while he'd be interesting to play, like to see him in a game like this, I definitely think he'd be one of the least fun FPS characters to play. Mainly because Halo in and of itself, while I enjoy Halo, I mean, for those that follow my channel, you've only seen me like put out like 3 videos on it and stream it during my birthday, but in terms of like translation to a video game like this, kind of doesn't sell the character great, my honest opinion. The game's fairly slow and floaty. The weapons are mostly standard. Now, unless you're gonna like turn Master Chief into like the novels where he can like bench press a mountain, which he has canonically done. And by that I mean he's bench pressed weight equivalent to a mountain. Technically a leg press, but whatever. I feel like you'd have to lean more into that, and then you're kind of losing the spirit of Halo a little bit in terms of gameplay translation. Like, Master Chief is a very cool character. Halo is a very cool universe, but he'd be a little bit on the generic end when it comes to an FPS representative. I mean, it's not like Doom where you're moving, you're all over the fucking place. You are constantly mixing in long range and close range offense. Or it doesn't have like the wacky stuff that you'd see in like Half-Life. Like no gravity gun, no bunny hopping. I feel like he would definitely have some Covenant weapons. Like I think he could definitely use the energy sword. And the gravity hammer. And like plasma grenades. But even then, those are just like generic laser weapons for the most part. A lot of Covenant weapons are basically just the same thing but laser. You ain't got a gun that mulches skulls and sprays them out as ammo. Let's just put it that way. Deadass, what does he have that Doom guy doesn't? An energy shield? You have to go pretty off script to make Chief an interesting character. That's the problem. And that's why I feel he could go either way. Because he doesn't translate as well to a game like Smash as other FPS characters would. That's like the biggest thing for me. I definitely think Halo being on the Switch 2 will boost his chances, like by a considerable margin. Like before that information came out, I didn't even really give Chief the time of day as a potential character. Especially since you've got other characters already on Microsoft that are very well-known video game characters and have a bunch of games already on Nintendo consoles. Oh, we're getting close. I think we're gonna end this on Knuckles, actually. Let me check one. Yeah, 10 characters left, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, thank Christ. We've been doing this for like 6 hours? All right, and next up is a rather interesting character to talk about, and that's Isaac from Golden Sun. Take care, Final Mix. Hope you have a good one, man. Isaac from Golden Sun is a character that I don't know how I feel about. On one hand, he's a character who has the potential to have a moveset unlike anything in Smash before. Geomancy is not a power that a lot of characters are known to use, and the fact that he specializes in it gives him a lot of character potential. On the other hand, Golden Sun is weird in terms of its popularity and reputation. It's also weird that he is an assist trophy that was cut and then re-added. It's like, at that point, why the fuck even bother? Part of me wants to say that he has a decent chance and can go either way, but another part of me is also like, I feel like there are several characters around his like level of like classic reputation that would probably be picked first. Like, if it came down to it, I think they would choose an Advance Wars character over Isaac. Or a rhythm-heavy character over Isaac. It's weird. I'm gonna put him in, honestly, I don't think he's very likely. I would love to be proven wrong. I genuinely would. Because I definitely think that in terms of like potential as a character, he's definitely up there. But what they decide to do with him, I couldn't tell you, mainly because of the fact that they kind of don't know what they're doing with Golden Sun anymore. But who knows? People did go, there was like a big amount of fanfare for when Golden Sun was put onto the Switch Online. Can you tell by these descriptions that I'm starting to lose steam? Anyways, next up we have Marks. I said this earlier, but I feel like if it came down to it, Sakurai would want to choose Marks over Bandana Dee. Not only because he's a character that he made, but I feel that there's just more there to work with in terms of character design. Like, Marks, I'd argue, is one of the most iconic villains in Kirby history. And I think that he'd fit very nicely alongside the three characters we already have. I do think that in terms of Kirby representation, that Bandana Dee probably should be number 4, but if you were to ask me who the number 5 is, it's easily Marks. And that's also another thing. Marks got a boss fight in Smash Ultimate. And it gave him brand new moves to work with. And let's just say we've had instances of bosses becoming playable before. So, while this saddens me, I do think that Marks has a better chance of becoming playable than Bandana Dee does. I definitely think that Bandana Dee should be in first, 100%. But I can definitely see his lack of pizzazz being something that holds him back. Keep your head high, Bandana Dee fans. Regardless of what happens, it's not impossible. That's all I'm gonna say. I guess it also doesn't help that one of the things that I think holds back Bandana Dee is that the spear is genuinely not a very appealing weapon to base a fighting style around, because spears are nobly used a lot in war during the medieval ages because they were extremely easy to use. Guys coming at you with a sword, you basically hold them back with a stick. That's like outranges them by a notable margin. It makes it next to impossible for them to approach. But who knows where that's going to go. Who knows? Maybe Sakurai will turn around and be like, you know what? I'm including 2 Kirby characters because I can. And he can. Who knows where that... Well, we have no idea what could happen. He could also just say, fuck you, more superstar stages. Okay, next up is a rather contentious choice amongst fans of Smash Brothers, but one that cannot be ignored. Because if you try to ignore it, it's eventually just gonna come back and bite you in the ass, just like it did with Steve. And no matter what people have to say, Jonesy from Fortnite legitimately has a really good chance of being in the next Smash. Sorry, but that's just the way it is. Fortnite is something that just has not slowed down since its inception. Continuously not only having millions upon millions of players, but breaking its player numbers repeatedly. In the last 2 years, they've broken their player numbers twice. I'd argue that the only reason Fortnite wasn't considered for Smash Ultimate was because it was too recent. The series has essentially been, like, ballooning ever since, and it's still growing. Its current season, still going strong. They even include OG seasons. There's a lot of people still loving and playing this game, and I play it pretty much every day myself. But Jonesy as a character, in terms of like actual character potential, is also also a character with a decent amount of potential behind him, with building mechanics, a variety of guns, you know, wacky types of like weaponry and explosives and stuff like that. Now, I wouldn't say it's a 7 out of 10. Fortnite's gameplay is legitimately good in some spots, and some seasons are better than others. Right now, I think that the gameplay is legitimately like an 8.5. But the point is that Fortnite is a game that is going to continue to stay relevant. It's going to stay popular. I'm pretty sure I've heard at least some point that like the developers of Epic would love to see a character from Fortnite in Smash. But regardless of whether you want to see it or not, it's definitely something that should be kept in the back of your mind, because it has a very good chance of being a thing. If not base roster, 100% DLC. Definitely one of the safest DLC choices I can think of right now. It's also interesting that OG is a side mode. I wonder if that would be like a way to curb the problem of Fortnite is always changing, so a moveset could feel irrelevant when it drops. Well, not a lot of the core systems of Fortnite have remained the same since its inception, and that's kind of what's important. But yeah, Fortnite being included in Smash, you know what? Fuck this. I'm putting him like near the top because legitimately, Fortnite being in Smash is something that has a very good chance of happening. There's only one thing I can think of that might keep Fortnite out of Smash, and that's Epic wanting to have a collaboration in Fortnite in return for Jonesy being in Smash. That's the only thing I can think of that's keeping Jonesy out of Smash. Also, yeah, a ton of alts. Yeah, I don't really have much to say about Jonesy other than, like, Fortnite and Smash. I can't wait to jump off the battle bus and meet you on the battlefield. Okay, next up, we have probably the fan favorite Fire Emblem character going into the next Smash that people have still never stopped asking for. And that's Lyn. How we've gone so far as to have so many lords with generic playstyles and they never went with the one lord that had a unique playstyle is beyond me. I feel like this character has just been screaming to be playable for years now. She fights like nobody else does. She has also archery to add on to her unique fighting style. Yeah, Fire Emblem character that people actually want. And honestly, she doesn't have a better chance than Alear. If anything, Lyn will be attached to Alear to make you stop talking about Lyn. And I'm going to put her on the lower end of could go either way as a result. They could finally listen. They could also basically do what they've done since the inception of the series and give us radio silence. But I think that Lyn has continued to be a popular request. She's relevant because she has been in games recently. And I think that she's probably the easiest, like, win that the Fire Emblem series could give itself. Like, just straight up. Like, the ideal thing is that Lyn gets included and Alear can go wash the dye out of her hair. But I do have a feeling that Lyn is going to end up in Alear Summon Purgatory. And that sucks ass, because I think that Lyn is a much more interesting character than Alear. Alright, next up is a character that has seemingly started to get a lot more eyes on him in recent years. I'm not entirely sure where they came from, but I feel like this character has been like, I feel like this character can be essentially described as the last kid being picked for the basketball team. And that character is Kamek, who would more than likely be considered a Yoshi representative than a Mario one. Kamek is an interesting choice, because if you really think about it, he's so simple. So much so that you feel like he would have been a safe choice to have been made like a Smash game or two ago. Like, you feel like this is the character they should have gone with instead of Plant. But on the other hand, I feel like this character's chances are like, they left like years ago. I don't think he's on par with like a lot of the characters from the Mario series, and so much so that people don't even want to be considered a Mario character at this point, because they just wanted to be considered a Yoshi character. Could you make a fun mage-inspired moveset out of Kamek? 100%. But could he do it better than several other characters can? And when you ask me that question, the answer would probably be no. Like, what can Kamek do that other characters can't? Summon blocks and make things get big. You could make him fun, but again, I don't know if they would be willing to go as far as they would need to. I'm definitely gonna say that even though he is a little weird, I definitely think that, considering a lot of things, his chances are not bad. What would his normals be? Well, it depends on how you want to build them. Probably different types of magic, maybe moving his broom around as a separate entity. And yeah, Kamek stocks, dyslexia. Kamek stocks definitely did go up after the movie. If I want a magic-based villain for a Green Mario sidekick, I just add King Boo. Oh, don't worry, I'll talk about him after I talk about another character that people have been asking for forever and represents a large franchise owned by Bandai Namco. And that's Lloyd Irving, the fan-favorite Tales of character. I think that the Tales of series is more than proven that it is a juggernaut of an RPG. And regardless of how many games come out, people just keep saying, can you just put in this guy instead? And honestly, he's in a little bit of a weird spot for me. Part of me wants to say, oh yeah, he has a pretty decent chance, because I definitely think that Bandai Namco is going to get more franchises into Smash in the next game. But would they push for a Tales of character if they had a chance to put in something like Dark Souls? Or several other franchises? Or another Tekken character. And part of me is like, probably not. Lloyd is weird for me because while the series is popular, he's not the most popular character in the series. He's not the most popular, but when it comes to like Smash, I guess he is the most popular. Simply because of the fact that his game was on Nintendo. Honestly, I'm going to say that he could probably go either way. Somewhere like around here. Bandai Namco has way too little characters, like from being a huge part of the development team. Symphonia is the most popular game. Makes sense. But anyways, next up is the last of the Mario characters. And it's an interesting one because compared to a lot of his contemporaries, I don't exactly know what to feel. And that is the lovable King Boo. I've been an advocate of King Boo for a long time. I think that King Boo is a character that has more than proven that he is, like... He's a character that's proven he's worthy of being a playable character in Smash. Luigi's Mansion has grown to a point where it is a big deal for every Nintendo console that it comes out on. And when it comes to Mario Newcomers, King Boo is absolutely one of the most unique ones they could add, simply because the fact that he's a ghost and all the abilities that he possesses as a ghost will allow him to be a character that's unlike anything in Smash. Easily. Like, if they're going for pure, like, unique choice, then King Boo is the best Mario character choice. Specifically because of he can be... Nothing will ever play like King Boo. But would they choose him over Waluigi? Probably not. Would they choose him over Toad? Possibly. He's in a weird spot. I don't want to say he has a really good chance, because I don't think he does. But I'll definitely tell you who he does have a better chance then. We found the one character that can beat the spear. I think that King Boo could definitely go either way. Whether base roster or DLC. I definitely agree, Kate Probington, that Waluigi and King Boo is the move to make. I definitely think that King Boo would offer more than Toad. And moving on to arguably my most anticipated Nintendo character, Crystal from Star Fox. And if you really need if you really need a character to breathe fresh air into a series that arguably is a little bit stale, look no further than Crystal. She basically has the potential to be unique in every single aspect. Where the other Star Fox characters specialize in fire, she can specialize in ice. Her fighting style can revolve around, you know, various kicks and her staff. No other character can play like Crystal. And she was recently made into an assist trophy in Ultimate. She's also been considered for a playable role in the past. And I definitely think that going into the next Smash, she is a character with a really good chance of being playable. Simply, again, she's a character with very little maintenance, that needs very little maintenance to be made great. Her combat would mainly revolve around kicks and her staff, so you're not having to make a bunch of additional assets. But I don't think that she should completely depart from everything that the Star Fox characters have done. She should still feel like a Star Fox character. In some way, shape, or form. In my honest opinion, the ideal roster for Star Fox is Fox, Wolf, Crystal. I like Falco, but I don't think he does enough to differentiate himself from Fox. And the stuff that he does different is usually worse. I think that if Sakurai is looking for a character with a fresh new playstyle that has been requested for a long time and would add a lot to a series that arguably needs it, I definitely think that that is Crystal. That is easily one of the easiest payoffs. Not to mention, we don't have a staff user. Yeah, but BM, the difference is that Zelda doesn't have a weird-ass pecking order that is in the most important characters in the lore. Not to mention, I would argue that Crystal is more important to her series than Skull Kid is. It's not that Skull Kid isn't interesting, it's just that he's basically stuck in one game. But yeah, the point is that this character, I feel, has a lot going for her. If they're purely looking for a character if they're purely looking for a unique playstyle. People have been asking for a staff user for Smash for a very long time, and Crystal is absolutely the easiest contender for that slot. Alright, 2 more characters. I can't believe we're actually going to end this on Knuckles. Second last up to base is one of Sega's most iconic characters in the past 5 years, and arguably a frontrunner for their company mascot at this point, and that's Kazuma Kiryu from the Yakuza series. I refuse to call it Like a Dragon. I don't think I can think of a single video game character in existence, other than maybe Asura from Asura's Wrath, that deserves to be in a fighting game more than Kiryu. The dude was made to be a fighting game character. There's a reason why people, myself included, have never shut up about him getting included in Tekken. And I sincerely hope that he has a chance in the new Virtual Fighter. The biggest thing that was holding back Kiryu for the longest time is basically internal meddling, and by that I mean apparently Kiryu would never punch a woman. He can't hit women. He can shoot them with an anti-tank rifle, but punch them? Ah, too chivalrous. Can't do it. I'm referring to Project Cross Zone 2, where he's a playable character alongside Majima. Fuck, juggling the villain with like anti-tank rounds and machine gun fire. It's just funny to think about anytime somebody mentions that. Also drop kicking them as well. But the point is that because of that, he's basically been held back from being included in like any sort of fighting game. It's stupid. I hate it. Everybody, every fan of the series fucking hates it. That Kiryu is held back from being included in all these games for the dumbest of fucking reasons. But the thing is that the guy who said that doesn't work at Sega anymore. So you're telling me there's a chance. And I think that if Sega were to push for another franchise, Persona's already there, Sonic's already there, their next easy choice is Kiryu from Yakuza. 100%. That's like their big three. I still put them and could go either way, because if there's some schmuck at Sega that wants to honor the words of the guy that wants to keep Kiryu from being a character in any sort of fighting game, then we're shit out of luck. But can't tell you how much I would scream if I ever saw Kiryu playable in Smash. Like 100%. And speaking of Sega, we end tonight with one final character. The man who doesn't chuckle, good old Red Knuckles the Enchilada. Knuckles is in one of the saddest spots I've ever seen for a potential Smash newcomer. Because Knuckles is designed for fighting games. I mean, fucking look at him. In Sonic the Fighters, he's top tier. He sucks ass in Sonic Battle, but Sonic Battle is not much of a fighting game to begin with. Knuckles is a byproduct of how neglected the Sonic series has been in Smash. Because arguably we should have had a Sonic character in Smash 4 alongside Sonic. but we didn't. We should have had a character added in Ultimate. We didn't. And now he's stuck in a spot where there are now characters that people both want and are more deserving of being playable than him. Which absolutely sucks ass, because Knuckles is the character that I argue is the true departure of the Sonic formula. Yeah, Shadow has chaos control, and it's used very well in Shadow Generations, and Eggman is the villain, but Knuckles' gameplay is literally based around exploration, thanks to his ability to climb walls and his ability to glide. And it opens up unique ways to explore levels that no other character can do. It is the perfect antithesis to Sonic's playstyle, and as a result, I feel like he's a character that should have been playable in Smash like 10 fucking years ago. But now he has to compete with Shadow and Eggman for a playable slot. And let's say, for example, if they're willing to give Sonic 2 character slots, extra character slots, and they get 3 characters. I don't think they can justify a 4th. Like, it hurts that, like, this is Knuckles' fate, and that we have to end on such a sad note, but, like, Knuckles is a character who's not very likely. I would love for it to be, could go either way. But no, you're gonna be stuck with a janky homing attack assist trophy Knuckles for at least another Smash game. This dude is made to be Sonic's antithesis as a fighting game character. Sonic's greatest weapon is his speed. Knuckles' greatest weapon is his strength and ability to, you know, traverse the level in ways that Sonic can't. Do I think Knuckles will be a grappler? No, I don't. Probably closer to a boxer than anything else. He has to compete with Sonic himself in the case of lots of resources going into remaking his kit. Yeah, that's even if they try. Honestly, I don't know how many resources should even pour into that. I think that more should go into making the game fun and giving more characters things to work. Giving characters more ways to work around Sonic's speed than simply just kneecapping Sonic because the game is poorly designed around them. I definitely would love to see Knuckles playable, because mods have already shown that he'd be very easy to implement and he'd be very fun to play. Knuckles in Project Plus is the greatest character mod ever released for Smash Bros. It's legitimately near perfect. We have been going for almost 7 hours. And I would like to show you, and I'd like to say, this is your tier list. I will now be dumping the tier maker into my Discord. I'm going to drop it in General Gaming. And I'll actually also drop it here in chat too for you guys. But yeah, these are my thoughts on potential newcomers for Smash 6. I think that, like, these 6 from Sans to Waluigi are, like, very, very safe choices. I'd be very surprised if, like, potential newcomer choices weren't, like, including any of these characters. The Slayer is only there to make me feel better. But I think I'm actually gonna have to tier fucking Sukapon and Rayman because the tier orientation just looks ugly. Legitimately speaking, I think Rayman has a very good chance, and Sukapon, I'm gonna put him right there with the other classic characters. Perfect. And there's your list. 80 Smash characters. Any last minute adjustments? Let me see. You know what? I'm gonna move Shadow up here. Just because I think Jonesy at the top of has a really good chance just would make people salty. Move Silex up like a bit because I think that he has a very good chance of being a DLC character. Let's see. I'll keep Bandana Waddle Dee at the top of could go either way because he really is the fucking king of could go either way. I'm gonna move Black Shadow down here. Same with Pyramid Head, actually. Probably move the Dragonborn to the bottom of could go either way. And I think that might be it. Yeah. I'm gonna save it. Oh, hang on. There. Perfect. I mean, logistically speaking, if I had a choice, I would move, I'd move Bandana. If anyone else was the director, Bandana Waddle Dee would be here. Like, let's be realistic. Like, that's legitimately it. That is the only thing holding him back from being this high. What about Knuckles? Well, again, he has to compete with Eggman and Shadow. Characters that are both more important and more popular than him. Again, I would not be surprised if Bandana Waddle Dee ends up playable. But I definitely feel like we're in an era where this should have happened by now. Here, I'll bump him to the bottom of has a really good chance. There. That's the most I can give you. Perfect. Anyways, my throat hurts. So I'm going to call it here. I thank you all for watching. Those of you that stayed the whole time, thank you. I'm gonna go die now. Because I'm in fucking pain. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for watching. And thank you for 7K subscribers. Drago will be out hopefully this week. Might be a day delay. Maybe. Sleeping has been bad this past week. And talking is going to be even worse. I'm going to have to save my voice for recording Drago's video at this point because Jesus Christ. Okay, goodbye. Thank you. My throat, it bleeds with fire.